Is there any issue with my sound over on YouTube? Because I'm getting an error code on the stream window while I'm like doing the setup. There shouldn't be. And Tyler, yes, you are the #1 fanboy. Can you hear me now, Leftist Leo? Is there like a delay? Am I lagging? Like, no, that's fine? Okay. Pripyat, everyone. Alright, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Alright, real quick, I need to turn my camera on. Am I lagging back and forth on YouTube? Is there loss or buffering or anything like that? Because I might have to end stream and then restart it, which I'm really trying to avoid. Also, good morning, everybody. Nah? Alright. I don't know why YouTube's saying that. I'm just gonna ignore it. That'll be fine. Anyway, I suppose, now that I'm here, how are you all doing today? Sorry, I'm still just getting all of my stuff set up because usually I still have another 5 minutes. Ohio Gosimus? What is that even supposed to mean? Oh my god. Like, the news cycle has been so inconsistent. It's been incredibly fast, and then we get just like these like this day or two where all of the news is just stupid, but like it's still enough that it makes the public discourse. It's just not relevant to like the main topics that's going on, and then we all move to like culture war bullshit for a couple of days, and then something else happens that brings out like actual important news, and then we jump right back to that. It's kind of annoying. All right. I suppose that's pretty much all I need to do. So, did you guys see that there was another plane crash? Actually, that 2 planes collided with each other? I swear, like, we're creating new ways for planes to be crashing. Ways that we've never seen before. Making plane crashes great again is what this administration seems to be doing. You know, 9/11 gave them such a bad rap. We have to make them better. People have to like the plane crashes. They have to be cool. I genuinely, like, I'm joking, obviously, but it almost comes across like that is the actual mentality of the administration. Ay. Alright. So, let's have a look at it.
There's been another...
Fuck, sorry, that's very loud.
Deadly aircraft collision, this time in southern Arizona. It happened about 20 miles north of Tucson.
That's because Putin gets to decide American policy, and because Putin gets to decide American policy, he would already know what was going to happen with the FAA. But at the same time, there's some weird shit going on because outside of the US, like we had Korea, we had another one somewhere, was it like Kazakhstan? Was it in that general vicinity? There's been a lot of weird shit going on with planes lately. Outside of the US, unrelated to us as well, so who knows.
Marana Regional Airport involving two smaller fixed-wing single-engine planes. Preliminary information from the NTSB reveals the planes collided while going in the direction of the wind. Officials say at least 2 people are dead. It appears a total of 4 people
So they're going in the direction of the wind, which means that a random gust from in front of them didn't throw them off course. The wind is pushing with them.
Involved. What
causes this?
I want to bring in Michael McCormick. He's an associate professor and program coordinator at Air Traffic Management. Thank you so much, Michael, for being here.
Professor.
What can you tell us, first of all, about this area and this airport in particular?
Marana, Arizona is a small community in southern Arizona, and the airport is about 15 miles northwest of Marana. It is a small airport with 2 runways, one relatively small and one twice the size. It is what is known as an uncontrolled airport, meaning that there is no air traffic control tower.
Oh, well, okay, that pretty much sums it up then.
Airport. But looking back over the safety history of the airport, there has been no reports of any previous collisions at the airport.
They did, yes, you're not wrong, good guy Dari.
Visual flight rules and a traffic pattern within the airport. Because it is uncontrolled, the aircraft actually...
Man, Tyler, I would be fucking terrified to get on a plane right now. Even more so later, because SpaceX is going to take over for the FAA. They're going to privatize it. That's the whole point, by the way. Every agency that's getting destroyed is just going to get turned into a private agency. But Elon Musk is going to be in charge of air traffic control. I mean, not him, really. It'll be someone smarter than him at SpaceX, but
talk to each other.
Doesn't make me feel better.
On what's known as the Common Traffic Advisory Frequency, or CTAF. And that's how they share what they're going to do and how they're going to do it as they operate in and around the airport.
Michael, is it typical for a smaller or regional airport?
It's just I don't really care about the plane crash all that much. It's every single day now. We have another one and another one and another one. We have 2 planes crashing together. We have planes flipping over. We have boats collide. We have U.S. military, Navy vessels colliding with Turkish ships. We have Air Force helicopters flying into passenger aircraft in D.C. This isn't just normal plane crashes, and that's the point that I really want to hammer down on, because the reason that this happened is that the FAA was already understaffed. They were already doing 2 people's work for every 1 person on the job. They were already begging for more people and firing most of the staff plus all of the administrators and not replacing them. I mean, this is what that does. So I know it's really fucking cold, but I didn't know it was this cold in America. How does this happen? So this street in Detroit flooded and then froze over. Now, first of all I can see when I look at this is the TV show Shameless. But at the same time, this is ice past the tires of this, Ford pickup. That's a pretty high water level, first of all. But what do you even do at that point? It's not like you can dig this out. It's not snow. You have to, what do you have, a flamethrower to de-ice your car? Remember the way there'd be a public investigation into most plane crashes and we all found out publicly what happened? I feel like we don't even find out why anymore. Yeah, that's going to remain consistent. One of the main parts of this administration is a lack of not just transparency, but even an attempt to make it look like that. They just don't care. We're going to talk about Trump's new executive order of how the courts basically don't exist again in a second. I read it yesterday, but how does this happen? Can someone explain to me, and what do you do in this case when it's just solid ice up to half of your car? You can go ice skating on the street right now. I've never seen this. I don't even think I've seen this in Russia, Siberia. I can tell snow, but where did the flooding come from that flooded the street this high up? And also, why did that street not lose water as it froze? How quickly does this freeze? How quickly can a body of water this large freeze? I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it's cool. But I don't get it. I do not get it. It is a localized water main situation. All right, but like in that case, are there not drains on the street? Like, are there not ways for the water to come out of the localized water main and then go into the sewers? I mean, like I've never been to Detroit, but everywhere in America I've lived has grates in the street for it to deal with some of the flooding. Now, like, sure, most of those are dog shit. Like, they don't work very well, but that's a lot of water, and it takes a lot of time for that much water to freeze solid. Think about it like if you're trying to make ice cubes with small amounts of water, like one ice cube is not going to take all that long. But if you're trying to freeze like a liter of water, it's going to take you longer. So how long, like how fuck does this have to be for that to happen? The water might have accumulated slowly enough for it to not drain. Maybe. And I guess, but like, again, if it's freezing slowly, then that would cover up the actual way the water's coming out. The exit of the water from the main would be frozen, would it not? The ice would continue onward up until the source, and it would freeze shut at the source of the water. I mean, like, what you're saying makes sense. I'm sure there's some way that that happened. I'm just shocked at the fact that this street stayed relatively undrained long enough for all of this water to freeze. Might be insulated under the ground. Maybe, yeah, that probably tracks. Water mains are buried under the frost line. Okay, there we go. Conserve liberalism. That makes sense. That's still pretty wild, though. Again, like, that's half your car in solid ice, not snow. You need a flamethrower to get this shit out. So, y'all know that I have been pretty mad at the Democrats lately. And I still am. But you guys want to hear Hakeem Jeffries' new nickname for Donald Trump? Because I am past angry now. Now, like, again, I'm mad at establishment Democrats, but this is the guy who's in charge of leading the Democrats' effort to combat and resist Donald Trump. And this is what he thinks is a good idea. We're so fucking cooked. Like, there's...
Captain Chaos and the extreme MAGA Republicans spent last year promising to lower the high cost of living and running away from Project 2025 as if it didn't exist. Captain Chaos and
that's your tactic, is give him a nickname that to like someone with the average intelligence of a MAGA conservative would find cool? Captain Chaos? Really? Like, there's a certain point where we get to where it's difficult for me to see these people as genuinely in good faith attempting to put up a resistance effort. Because, like, at this point, this just seems like they're pretending to try while actively trying to not try.
Captain Chaos and the extreme MAGA
Who
Republicans
does this appeal to? Who?
Last year.
At all.
Promising to lower the high cost of living.
Can you link me that? I want to have a look. I mean, like, we're going to have a lot of shit to look at anyway, but his Stafford. Yeah, literally, that's it. Conservative liberalism. It would just be that. Yes, sir, that's great. Our entire government is run by fucking, like, right-wing grifters with yes men, and our resistance is left-wing grifters with yes men. Love that. I just invited my neighbor out for a birthday lunch for her. Community, anyway. Diving in now. Base leftist Leo. Like, that's excellent. I'm really proud of you for that one. And on top of that, like, that's an excellent, like, method of making new friends, of creating that community. You hear that one of your neighbors is having a birthday? Go take them out for, like, lunch or dinner. That's an awesome idea. And, wow, Tyler, I feel betrayed. Did you guys see, this? This is actually funny in the saddest possible way. This is the lieutenant governor of Mississippi. He's not a good person, so don't feel bad for him.
These are multi-year payouts. So each of these has several more.
Silver.
Senator Johnson for a motion to recess.
Are you kidding?
So
This
moved.
is
All
our
in favor, say
government.
aye. No.
That's okay, Tyler. It's fine. We'll check it out later. But like, again, this is a Republican. He's the lieutenant governor of Mississippi.
These are multi-year payouts. So each of these
I love how his face just rubs up against the mic, making that noise.
has several more.
Silver.
Fuck, we have a lot to go through, but let's have a look what he's
permission
saying.
to do it. But today is a tremendous honor. Become the first American president to address the Future Investment
Thanks, by the way.
Initiative Institute. That's the first one. That's it's always known. And I want to thank Mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez, for being here. Thank you very much, Francis, wherever you may be. Hi, Francis. And thank you.
He
for the
did, good guy,
endorsement
Dari.
that I
He
ran.
did, and that was pretty cool. It was kind of impressive, but at the same time, like,
I was very appreciative. Along with the mayor of Miami Beach, Stephen Miner. Stephen, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. And numerous American business leaders, some of the biggest business leaders actually.
What's up,
anywhere
Lord
in the
Fluffy
world,
Art?
And many distinguished guests from the Middle East, and in particular, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a special place with special leaders.
yes, I'm aware how special you feel Saudi Arabia is.
And including FII Institute Chairman and Governor of the Public Investment Fund, which is a seriously big fund. Yasser, I see you there. Stand up, Yasser. Yeah, everyone knows Yasser. Thank you. Great guy.
I don't know
Great
Yasser.
person.
Do you know Yasser,
And
y'all?
Finance Minister Mohammed, thank you very much. Thank you, Thank you very much.
Mohammed,
Good to see
as
you
the
again.
finance minister. I feel like this might be
Pretty good
DEI,
finance
guys.
minister of that part of the world, that's not bad. Other parts of the world, not so good, but that one is good. And many other senior
I had to make sure this is like a stream that's not going to get dropped because of copyright. Hopefully the White House doesn't copyright you.
government
They
leaders.
can't
I also
legally,
want to
but, like-
recognize the kingdom's ambassador to the United States, Her Royal Highness Princess Rima. Ooh, very popular. Very popular. Wow, that's very nice. Sitting next to Elon. Wow, you couldn't do better than that, huh?
He just talks.
As
Like,
well as my own special envoy
just to
to
talk.
the Middle East, who's really done a fantastic job, Steve Witkoff. Thank you, Steve. He's been busy. And Michael Waltz is here. Where is
Oh,
Michael?
okay, no, I did
Michael's
know
been
Yasser.
So busy. They've been going back and forth and back, and a woman who is just voted the most powerful woman anywhere in the world. No, I'm going to go with Princess Rima, but she was voted.
That's all he does, Tyler.
Anywhere in the world, Susie Wiles. Thank you.
Susie Wiles.
Most powerful woman. That's pretty good. We have to talk to you about that, Susie. It's pretty good. And also, we all know Jared Kushner, a very special guy.
Yes, we all love Jared
Thank you,
Kushner,
Jared. Thank you, Jared.
another Saudi agent.
And Elon Musk. He's been making a little news lately, hasn't he, though? Very positive news. Stand up, Elon.
If you haven't watched my video on how Saudi Arabia bought Donald Trump and Elon Musk, go for it. It's on my YouTube channel. It's great. And it goes way back. Like, this has been a thing very, very long.
Hannity was fantastic, a fantastic man, a fantastic guy, and he did a show, and it was great being on the show with you last night. I come today with a simple message for business leaders from all across the nation and all around the world. If you want to build the future, push boundaries, unleash breakthroughs, transform industries, and make a fortune, because you want to make a fortune. Most of you have already made a fortune. I don't want to say that. There's no better place on earth than the current and future United States of America under a certain president named Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, sure. Yes. There's no place better than the place where, like, measles is being normalized, tuberculosis is spreading. I'll find a picture.
2024 will go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country. They said in 129 years, the most consequential election. I don't know if they're right about that or not, but it sounds
That's
good.
her.
I wanted to see if I could get a couple of more years tacked on, but I figured the fight wasn't really worth it. 129 is a lot. And as of January 20th, 2025, the dark days of high taxes, crushing regulations, rampant inflation, flagrant corruption, government weaponization. Oh, I know about weaponization.
And there's the weave. All right. The dark days have come, is what he's saying now.
On forever. Because the United States is back and open for business, and the golden age of America has officially begun. You see it happening.
I mean, you're not wrong, 404 error loading
Since
name.
my election, America's economic engines have come roaring back to life in just a very short period of time. Think of it, from
I love
November
this
5th.
so much.
The progress that's been made has been amazing. The NASDAQ is up nearly 10% in just a few months, and that's a lot. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 2,200 points, and Bitcoin has set multiple all-time record highs because everyone knows that I'm committed to making America the crypto capital. We want to stay at the forefront of everything, and one of them is crypto and Miami.
Donald Trump is the most bi-coded homophobe I've ever heard of, but he's also the gayest president we've ever had. I love Vice President Trump. True. I mean, honestly, he's not even vice president. Elon's vice president. What does that make him? What is he, like, Speaker of the House now? Just got dropped down an even level, another level?
Seems to be the center of the action, come to think of it. And maybe it'll stay there. Business optimism.
Ah, yes, the court jester.
42 points. Think of that.
So the press secretary. Ah, okay, that makes sense now.
Single month, the most in history by far. That's the biggest increase in history by not even close. The ISM index of manufacturing activity surged into positive territory for the first time in many years. Amazing. And it was just announced, this is an interesting one, I didn't realize it was that bad for so long, but it was just announced by one of the nation's most historically accurate and respected pollsters, Rasmussen, that the number of Americans who believe our country is on the right track now exceeds those who think it's heading in the wrong direction.
Love that. Okay, so that means America has gotten dumber over time, which is very much expected. Also, yes, like, cocksucking is absolutely fine. Just this cocksucker is not fine.
For the first time in 20 years. Can you believe that? 20 years. And this is really a seismic 27-point swing from just before the election. Nobody's ever seen anything like that one, yes, sir. I want to tell you, that's a big one.
Citation
The
needed?
best and most successful business leaders on earth are now racing to invest in the United States. Since November, DeMac has announced
Citation
plans to
needed.
invest $40 billion in the U.S., creating at least 10,000 jobs. SoftBank has announced investments of between $100 and $200 billion, creating...
Remember, you're all going to pay a lot more for everything because of this, and your wages will not be going up.
At least 100,000 American jobs. Oracle and OpenAI and SoftBank are now collectively committing $500 billion to keep the United States on the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, and so many more. I mean, so many companies that want to come to the White House and have a little news conference all the time. I said, why don't you just announce it? But they want to come, and I'll do that. I don't mind doing that. I say anytime they want to go 10 billion or more, I'm there. 10 billion or more.
Remember that tweet where he basically said if you come into America and invest like $1 billion, you can just do whatever the hell you want? Yeah. I would join the war to defend Canada. Fuck this guy. Based. Honestly, like, that might not be all that unlikely at some point. Tyler the Flower, isn't this a Saudi event? Just talking about America? That's the point. The Saudis hold events like this because they want influence. You know, the Saudis own like an entire floor of Trump Tower in New York. I feel like James Buchanan was pretty gay-coded. He never married and lived with a close personal friend who also lived with for decades, but he was also a guy who James Buchanan said he loved. Okay, no, but see, like, James Buchanan might have actually been gay. Donald Trump is also gay, but he's like loudly gay. You know what I mean?
But on his recent visit to the White House, the Prime Minister
He's loudly
of Japan
gay and
announced
homophobic.
He anticipates Japanese investment in the United States of well over $1 trillion, and we're working on an Alaska pipeline already, which is the closest point to Asia. And as you know, the ANWR, which we've started, Ronald Reagan couldn't get it approved. Nobody could get it approved for so many years. Couldn't get it approved. I got it approved. Actually, I got it approved twice. I got it approved.
What the fuck are we talking about right now?
That was a shocker, but we just got it approved again. and we're going to be.
I don't know if J.D. Vance is gay, but I know Peter Thiel is.
Probably the largest deposit maybe anywhere in the world, just by itself. It's, they say, of similar size to Saudi Arabia, so we hope that's correct. But all of this is only happening because of the world-changing results of the 2024 election. We won the House, we won the Senate, the White House, and the Electoral College, and the popular vote in a landslide. We also won all 7 swing states, and all 50 states shifted in the Republican direction for the first time ever. So every state, every single state of the 50 states shifted Republican.
Yes, and this only happened because a large majority of American voters did not vote. They did not feel like they wanted to, they didn't feel like they needed to, and they didn't. They got like 1% of the American population more than they normally do. That's it, that's all that happened.
It's never happened before. Either way, it's never happened. And 85% of counties voted for Trump. Think of that. So you have 2,600.
Guy won a 1.5% margin victory and will never stop talking about it as if it's the greatest thing that he ever did. Literally 1.5 percentage points.
Counties versus 525. 2,600. Think of that. That's why when you look at the election map after it was all done, the certified map, the whole thing was red. 2,600 versus 500. It's a big difference. Nobody's seen anything like it, actually. So as a result of this very historic victory, investors from all over the planet once again have confidence in America's future.
No, they don't.
For America's leaders. And it's about time we get a little respect.
Okay, look, I'm going to pause this for a second to get you guys to understand, because he's talking a lot of bullshit about the economy, and we all know that every word that comes out of Donald Trump's mouth is a lie, but I need you to know that they literally are planning to have a recession. That is their goal. So here is the Trump administration's Kevin Hassett on here on CNBC just talking about it.
I want to talk about steel tariffs. That's why.
Kevin's going to let me keep going. Go ahead, Kevin. Does it make sense?
Okay. It's too early. Hold on.
Because we're able to, Kevin. Is that the metric we should be using to decide whether there's an imbalance and whether we need tariffs from Mexico or for Canada or wherever?
The reciprocity, there are different ways to think about reciprocity, but if we're talking specifically about tariffs, just recall that almost every trading partner has much higher tariffs than we do.
There's only so much you can blame Biden for.
That's about where we are, and there's Canada and Mexico who are part of the trade deal, but outside of that, the UK has about the same tariff we do. The EU it's 2 to 3% higher. Taiwan it's 10 or 11%.
Oh, he goes back to talking to
India,
him.
And we're meeting,
hold on.
Per family. Well, it depends on what we do with spending, and it depends.
No, it's here. It's right here. Okay.
Deficit, is it? Pulling your hair out. You add it all up, and in your previous life, you might be pulling your hair out, Kevin. There's a lot of stuff that would be.
I think that everything you.
This is about like the budget, like how they wanted to decrease the budget, how much they've added to it. Listen to his answer here, because this is like their actual plan.
Spoke with him before he said it, while he was sitting in the car somewhere. On the
you don't think that it's not all possible
yeah.
without running up a big deficit, is it?
Well, it depends on what we do with spending, and it depends what we do with taxes. But the thing I could say, Joe, is that the president understands that if you want inflation to go down, which is one of his highest, if not his highest priority.
Remember, inflation's only at 3%, and it only went up to like 3% from 2.5% because of Trump. And yes, they are getting paid to say this shit. And I've talked about how recessions are fine for the rich, but
Incomes the first couple of years under Biden dropped $2,000 per person after going up $6,000 per family under President Trump because of the inflation. So he wants inflation under control. To do that, you have to increase supply and reduce aggregate demand. So you got to cut.
He wants to increase supply and reduce aggregate demand. As in, he wants people to buy less things. Increase supply of goods, of jobs, of available, commerce, but less demand. Now, what happens if there's a high supply of goods and services, but no demand for them? The prices of those go down, yes? But
spending and you got to increase supply. And the way you increase supply is you lower the marginal tax rate on labor and you lower the marginal tax rate on new investments. And so for labor, if you look at the people who aren't working who really want to be, it's people who have really ridiculously high Social Security tax rates.
This is untrue. All this will do is make it so it's harder for you to get a job. And then all of them get to say, well, there's jobs available everywhere. Like, this is their open, like, look at the face of the
who aren't working who really want to be. It's people who have really ridiculously high Social Security tax rates. If we've got somebody who can work more overtime, that's increased labor supply. That helps them make a higher income, and it helps reduce inflation because we have more supply.
Remember, no overtime? You don't get paid for overtime anymore?
Sensible, and it's all about fighting inflation and just delivering prosperity.
100%.
Again, as opposed to
it's propaganda. Loading error name 404. Like, again, just understand that reduce aggregate demand and increase supply, tax, lower the marginal like tax on labor, which whatever they mean by it is not whatever they mean by it. Like, whatever you think they mean by it is not what they mean by it. Reduce supply and an attempt to reduce inflation while inflation's already low. This is a like surefire plan to bring the economy to like a 2008 level recession. None of the stats that they are providing are in context or accurate in context. Of course, everything they say is a lie. Recessions are good for the rich, Lord Fluffyard, as I was going to say. The rich always have their needs provided for. They can coast through it. They will be able to live through the recession, and they will also be able to buy out the smaller businesses who can't survive, solidifying the monopoly. That's, then when the economy recovers, their dominance becomes ensured. That's the exact plan, Lord Fluffyard, perfectly said. That's the whole goal. Which is why my entire like desire right now is the US economy crashes entirely. A depression does not work that way. A depression is much worse for the wealthy than a recession is. They want to buy the farmland this time. They want to buy everything this time. Stickers for cookers.
The last administration was the worst.
Maybe we can skip into like him actually talking about something important. Yeah.
Move the criminal.
Remember how nobody believed Project 2025 was real, and they still don't now? But like Anna Kasparian said that she was wrong and admitted that like Project 2025 is real, but apparently that video is behind a paywall.
That Biden
Grifters, all of them.
With the ridiculous and very dangerous open
oh my God.
Policy.
Jesus
they came
Christ.
from all over the world.
Does he have like any new lines? Come on, man. This set is getting boring.
Record levels. I want to thank Tom Homan and because it meant more for bringing
okay, here's tariffs.
Immediately, and because of the tariff income, which is really it's already turned out to be amazing. Actually, it's really meant more for bringing countries and companies into our country, but it's the numbers are rather staggering.
They're all deluded, leftist Leo. It sucks when it's your family member, but they are all deluded. None of them have any idea what's going on. And like Project 2025, they didn't think was real. You knew it was real. Now it's real. And then he'll just defend it now. He'll either double down and defend it, or he'll say, oh, well, they shouldn't do that, and then not go any further. All right, fuck that. I can't listen to him talk about nonsense. We have other important things than him talking about anyway to look over. But first, this is insane. The State Department put out this memo saying the department is conducting a broad review of spending to ensure resources align with the secretary's highest priorities. As part of this effort, all non-mission critical media subscriptions that are not academic or professional journals must immediately be paused. This includes, but not limited to, hard copy or electronic subscriptions for news, publications, and periodicals. Specifically, media subscriptions for these 6 companies should be terminated immediately: The Economist, The New York Times, Politico, Bloomberg, AP, and Reuters. Now, they already blocked any of these media organizations from really getting to do their job in the Pentagon. They get 1. But on top of this, I'm pretty sure this applies to not at work, just government workers outside of work even. 404 error loading game. Gotta say, the left is kind of to blame also. Well, not the liberals are to blame, but at the same time, the liberals are to blame for the same reason that the average MAGA voter is because they have been tricked with all the misinformation online. The lack of critical thinking, the lack of an ability to feel discomfort and not act in a reactionary fashion. All of these are things that liberals also lack, just not to the degree that MAGA does. I don't know. Like, my blame to the left goes to, we should have put Trump in prison on January, 21st of 2021. Their response is just too weak. Like, I know. Like, but that's today's Democrats. You know, I'm mad at the Democrats now because they're just, like, they're either not trying or they live in this fantasy world where things are exactly the way that they were. Whereas I was mad at the Democrats a year ago because Biden knew that he would lose if he decided to run, and he decided to run anyway. But at the same time, like, none of that even matters. They just roll over an exception. That's the real problem. They're allergic to power. Again, like, remember just a week ago when we had Blackwater private security mercenaries blocking the entrance to government buildings, keeping elected officials out of those buildings? A real, anyone who has any real intentions and understands what's going on would have pushed them aside and walked in anyway. Who the fuck are you? You're a private mercenary? I'm an elected official, and this is a government building. Get the fuck out of my way. That's how you respond. But not a single one of them do. Like, the Dem voters can be correct sometimes, but, like, their media misinformation bubble is vastly different from MAGA. A lot of them are still stuck on social issues, you know? Like, I can't take anything seriously at the moment that's just like a social issue. We had Kanye doing all his Hitler shit, and I didn't really even want to do a segment on it because I was like, well, okay, Kanye's doing Hitler shit, fine, everyone else is too. You're not special. Like, you're the first Nazi on Twitter? Fuck off. But there's more important shit going on. Oh man, the right is eating such each other over Trump's IVF EO. That's unsurprising. I'll have a look in that later. But, like, again, that one is another example of nothing. Like, obviously, IVF is important, but in comparison to, I don't know, like, the courts no longer exist, that shit's kind of nothing. Having 4 years to imprison the guy and letting him slip by for so long, it's not even that they, like, let him slip. They didn't try hard enough because Biden, when he took office, told his staff, I don't want my administration to be defined by legal battles. I don't want to spend the entire administration purging the opposition, which was his only job. We elected him for that specific purpose. So, you know. Oh, by the way, hi, Lanky Sapien. I mean, just an outside opinion from me, like, I'm from the EU, so I can't say much about it. I mean, you can say whatever you want about it, but, like, Kanye being a Nazi is such a joke. The bitch would just get killed instantly by real Nazis. We have, like, many of those. If you remember during the election season, if some of you do, the guy who was running for the governor of North Carolina was a black Nazi who wanted slavery back. But yes, there's, like, I don't really like trying to place blame for where we are now, because the blame isn't with anybody who, Biden's not, like, Biden isn't a problem. Biden is a symptom of the system. That, like, everything that's happening right now, everything that happened to get us to this point, none of those were things going wrong. It was the system functioning as intended. It was always supposed to lead to this. Now, again, this, like, he's literally the dictator now.
Lastly, we have another executive order that President Trump signed relating to independent agencies. This executive order would establish important oversight functions in the Office of Management and Budget and its subsidiary office, OIRA, supervising independent agencies and many of their actions, and also reestablishes the longstanding norm that only the president or the attorney general.
No, leftist Leo, you're right, because the system was built to get to this point. We just kept following the road.
Can speak for the United States when stating an opinion as to what the law is.
Thank you.
You're exactly right, Ascend, by the way.
The primary purpose of this conference.
All of it, all the wealth accumulation, all of the financial, economic, like, going back well to like at least Reagan, but honestly, I'd go even further. Now, what he said here, I read this yesterday, but let me make it real clear for you guys. independent regulatory agencies to operate with minimal president supervision. These regulatory agencies currently exercise substantial executive authority without sufficient accountability to the president and through him the American people. These practices undermine such regulatory agencies' accountability to the people and prevent a unified and coherent execution of federal law. For the federal government to truly be accountable to the people, officials who wield vast executive power must be controlled by the president and supervised by the president. Therefore, in order to improve the administration of the executive branch and increase regulatory officials' accountability, it shall be the policy of the executive branch to ensure presidential supervision and control of the entire executive branch. Moreover, all executive departments and agencies, all of them, including so-called independent agencies, shall submit for a review all processed and final significant regulatory actions to the president before publication. This also gives a vast amount of power to the Attorney General. Just remember the part where this was. The President and the Attorney General, subject to the President's supervision and control, shall provide authoritative interpretations of law for the executive branch. The President and the Attorney General's opinions on questions of law are controlling on all employees in their conduct and their official duty. No employee of the official branch acting in their official capacity may advance an interpretation of the law as the position of the U.S. that contravenes with the President or the Attorney General's opinion on the matter of the law, including but not limited to issuance of regulations, guidance, and positions advanced to litigation unless they're authorized to do so by the President in writing or by the Attorney General. This means the courts are dead. Like, technically, the courts can say, this is against the law, you need to stop doing this. But according to this, as long as the president or the attorney general say that their opinion is that this is actually legal, then that's the law. Yes, it's opinions of the law, opinions on matter of the law. That is what it says. Again, you can't have any interpretation of the law that contravenes with the president or the attorney general's opinion on a matter of law. So whatever they believe, their opinion is the law. And you're not even allowed to try and interpret that in a different manner. There needs to, like, this is incredibly broad and scary for a reason. Yeah, he's der Führer. He's Comrade General Secretary. Apparently, in China, like in Chinese social media, they call Elon Chairman Musk, which I find funny. And if it makes it any clearer for you that Trump has become the king, or at least we have made the executive branch the only branch of government, whereas Congress basically exists only to execute the executive branch's commands, and the judicial system exists only to, you know, police you. It does, like, there is no judicial system for anyone who has $1 billion or more. But Trump now is referring to himself as king. Impeach? Are you fucking kidding me? Come on. Lanky Sapien, their interpretation is all law now, which is insane. I mean, at that point, they can just decide anyone is a criminal anytime, anywhere. Not that they even need to. Trump made a press conference like 2 weeks ago saying that we could arrest legal U.S. citizens and put them into camps in El Salvador. So, 404 error loading name. If I would be an American, I would get ready to wear a red armband and a weird mustache. Yeah, well, I hope you don't do that. Right now, I would say, buy a MAGA hat for safety reasons. I don't know, if you're ever like outside, keep that shit in a backpack that you carry with you. If you see like a crowd of them suddenly and they look like they're hyped up, just throw that shit on and walk right past them. I'm getting ready to move the fuck out. Good, you should. And I mean, like, if you can move outside of the country, you should absolutely leave the country. You can go to like Ireland, if you have any heritage there. You can apply for an asylum claim in Australia. You can go to, I believe, parts of Europe might be okay with it. Canada might start accepting some American refugees. Hitler had this policy called Führerprinzip. It's basically said his words were above the law. This is exactly that. So that is that. Congestion pricing is dead, Manhattan, and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. So is all of New York saved? Is there no more crime in New York now? Can we stop whinging about New York City? And also, again, like, long live the king. Look, I'm going to quote Game of Thrones for a second. I'm going to quote Tywin Lannister. Any man who has to say that he is the king is no true king. If you have to say it, you're not that. And obviously, like, Elon is in charge. It's not him. But I used to keep a Blue Lives Matter hat in my center console in case I got pulled over. It's smart. That's why, like, there was a elected official in, I don't know if he was a congressman or a senator. They never said who it was because safety reasons. But after Jan 6th, he had what was called an insurrectionist costume that he kept in his office in case, like, it happened again and he needed to escape. It's his payback for New York hating him. New York still hates him. Long live the king for New York. I mean, if any kings have the right to New York, it's the Dutch king. No, I think he means himself. Sorry, the Dutch don't exist to the American mind. Are you kidding me? If you ask someone, like, if you go and walk around New York City and ask 100 people, who are the Dutch? Like, what country is that? I guarantee you're going to get Dutchland as the answer more often than not, but, like, nobody knows anything about the Dutch. You're going to get the clogged shoes, and it's going to be called Dutchland. We're naming Greenland red, white, and blue land, man. We are in a lawless society based off fees now. Basically, yeah. This is like, you guys gotta get it, right? Like, it's never been so over for democracy. That's the level that this is. Like, it's never been so over. Again, like, their opinions. It's the president and the attorney general's opinions of the law are the law. And you can't even interpret those differently. Like, if you say, well, I mean, the words that they used were kind of vague. I think that means this. That's illegal. According to the executive order, at least. When I was in high school, I gave my Wendy's to a cop so I wouldn't get a ticket. Based. One time, like, no, like, it's just like when you're nice to the police and they're going to, like, if you have to interact with them and you start off that interaction very nicely and positively, like you even like them, like you respect them, you're going to have much better experiences with the police than you would otherwise. You gotta act like you're their friend. We need the French, we really fucking do. And, honestly, I'm scared, right? Because everything depends on Europe now. All of this depends on Europe. Germany might fall. England might fall in May. Australia might fall in May. US got us into this war. US needs to get us out. No. Guy, exhale. Russia started this war, and now America joined Russia's side, and now we're going to invade parts of Europe, so enjoy that. Oh, by the way, before we get into, like, the actual Ukraine, Russia, all that negotiation stuff, check out this. An 11-year-old girl in Texas committed suicide because she was bullied for her immigration status. Students threatened to call ICE and deport her family. So much that she was 11 years old and committed suicide. Yes, you are crazy, lanky sapien. China's not going to save the world. America, China, Russia, Israel, like, we're coalesced together. We're all working together. Really annoying that he clocked me going downhill and I said I was speeding. Cops are just like that, you know? The French did well, though, you know? Like, the French could have... Le Pen was likely to take control of that government, and the French left, came together in a matter of weeks and saved their country. They kind of, you know, mogged us there. Italy's already fallen with Meloni, but Meloni seems to have moved to the left since it's fallen. Now, okay, again... Let's jump to Ukraine now. Here is Donald Trump parroting Kremlin talking points directly, saying that Ukraine started the war, which is objectively untrue. Russia invaded Crimea. Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia is the imperialist, expansionist, militarist power that is belligerent to every country and not willing to negotiate. We need a war now. Like, this is, the thing is, like, they have 150,000 soldiers in Belarus right now, getting ready, and they're either going to go into Ukraine or they're going to go to the Baltics because we're pulling out all of our troops. Not anymore, exhale. Well, for now, we are now. Trump is the expansionist. We were not an expansionist power before that. Like, now we're an expansionist. Now we want Canada, Greenland, red, white, and blue land, rather, Mexico, Panama. We're apparently going to be taking parts of Western Europe even, maybe.
And I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started.
Oh, I know. 404 error. It's people like Exhale who have no idea.
You could have made...
Yo, no one knows what they're doing. Remember the last time they lined up troops in Belarus, Exhale, and then immediately proceeded to invade Ukraine? Come on. Do some critical thinking.
Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made
Okay, there we go. Again, that's parroting Kremlin talking points.
I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished.
This is literally made up. You're not buying my BS. All right, sure. Whatever. I don't know why you're even here, because you know my position on this. You left my Discord, mate. It's not. Don't think that I don't remember. Here's Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. I was gonna say, what's his job again? Talking about why Europe should ever be included in Ukraine's peace talks, nor should Ukraine be included in their peace talks, apparently.
То есть философия-то у европейцев никуда не делась, поэтому я не знаю, что им делать за переговорным столом. Если они будут...
If they're going to weasel out some cunning ideas about freezing the conflict...
Вот так выцыганивать какие-то лукавые идеи про заморозку конфликта, а сами по
we actually
обычаю.
Intending as their custom and nature. Okay, whatever. Fuck off, Sergei Lavrov, with your goddamn Russian propaganda. Remember before the election when I read this out? Hey, look, November 13th, actually. Not before the election, after the election. But I read this out. And I did say, this is real. This comes from a real source, an important source, Nikolai Patrushev. And let's see, since November, how much of this might have come true, how much of this might be leaning towards the truth. So Nikolai Patrushev agreed that Trump, when he was still a candidate, quote, made many statements critical of the destructive foreign and domestic policies pursued by the current administration. From Moscow in his future policies, including those on Russian track, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump will rely on the commitment to the forces that brought him to power rather than on election pledges, Russian presidential aide Nikolai Patrushev told Russian media. Quote, the election campaign is over, Patrushev noted. Quote, to achieve success in the election, Donald Trump relied on certain forces to which he has corresponding obligations. As a reasonable person, he will be obliged to fulfill them. He agreed that Trump, when he was still a candidate, quote, made many critical statements, blah, blah, blah. Very often election pledges in the U.S. can diverge from subsequent actions. I'm well aware that this is state media and it's full of shit. It's because I know who Nikolai Patrushev is. I'm reading his quote. I don't give a fuck about Taz. Obviously, it's lies. But at the same time, every news agency spreads lies now. There is none. There's literally no news agency that you can look into that doesn't require you to read between the lines, that doesn't require you to find what the propaganda is and what the actual, story is. All of it is. So I don't want to hear anyone complaining about the source I'm using anymore. Of course I know that all of them are filled with lies. 404 error loading name. The main reason why EU people vote for the right is immigrant shit. Yep, we've talked about this a lot. I'm well aware. And it's their own fault, by the way. Europeans complain about immigrants because there's actual violence and terrorism in Europe, much more so compared to the United States. But that is because Europeans are so fucking racist that people who come into their countries can't integrate into their culture. So they form enclaves, and then they form resentment through that. And Saba, motherfucker, I am an AI who lives in the balls of Pine Gap. You think that, I'm going to end up working at the CIA? No, they're probably just going to kill me. Drone strike me at some point. Oxpecker, any attempt to continue to downplay what Trump is doing just indicates that he could just shoot someone in public and you'd be on board with it. I mean, true. This is a quote from Nikolai Patrushev, so that's why I'm reading this. Anyway. We have more. Like, it's not like I read an Alexander Dugin quote just like 2 days ago. You know what? I should probably bring that up again. Because it's kind of very much prescient about what's about to happen, or what's happening. Here's Alexander Dugin, another Kremlin propagandist, very close to Donald Trump. Very close to Vladimir Putin, in fact. The fact, here we go. Moreover, the collective West as an entity simply no longer exists. Instead, there is now the United States, great America, which has become great in the short period of Trump's tenure, blah, blah, blah. But this is regrettable misunderstanding. Europe must be brought in line with the broader multipolar model to which both Trump and Putin agree, as do Xi Jinping, the great ruler of Great China, Modi, the great ruler of Great India. Therefore, Europe must either become great or it will cease to exist altogether. We'll forget all about it. I believe that the foreseeable future of the modern world is an alliance between Putin's Russia and Trump's America. Ukraine is ours, period. Ukraine must belong to us, no one else. Not Europe, not America. It is entirely conceivable that Canada will become the 51st state. We have no objections. Why am I hearing about Russia objecting to Canada becoming the 51st state? Like, not objecting. Or that Greenland will become America. We have no objections. And even if Western Europe becomes American, we probably won't object too much either. As Putin once said, the European elites are merely puppies wagging their tails before their American master. Let them wag. It is ultimately of no concern to us, but Ukraine, Belarus, the Baltics, and parts of Eastern Europe definitively belong to us in the new map of global redistribution. This is a guy who's like he is Putin's aide. Like, Alexander Dugin is not just some random person. This is a big fucking deal. This is huge, you know? Like, this is not a joke. All right. I suppose we should have a look at this. But first, you know what? Let's have a look at the conference that happened in Saudi Arabia a couple days ago between United States and Russia and the Saudis. I don't know why we give this any importance when none of the other involved partners are, invited. But clearly, we don't live in the same world that we used to. This is an alliance between Russia and America. America has backed out of Article 5 in NATO. Like, NATO's basically gone. The entire world order is shifted. America is a Russian ally now. They are the enemy. Wait, I should probably read chat first, eh? EU is a bureaucratic oligarchy. Immigration is happening because oligarchs want cheaper workforce. Yes, that's like, but like, immigration is not a problem. The problem is that the Europeans do not let immigrants integrate into culture. Has Trump done more for communism in America than Bernie? The Chinese refer to him as... Well, first of all, the Chinese aren't communists, not human. They have a market economy. But I guess by creating he might have actually, by creating a state of material conditions that are likely to radicalize people towards the left.
We're joined down by the U.S. delegation that just...
Yeah, good luck with Russia's boot on your neck now, Exhale. Have fun with that. We won't protect you now. America said if European countries get invaded, America may not come to your aid. This is the entire point of NATO. America is the enemy. Europe needs to coalesce and kick America out of NATO and get ready, because we're going to try and invade them, and so is Putin. That 150,000 soldiers in Belarus, they're going for the Baltics. I would be willing to bet. If this continues on the course that it is, America continues to back Russia in its Ukraine, I was going to say deal, but really like the theft of Ukraine, then the Baltics are next. That's why they're there. We're pulling our soldiers out of Baltic countries right now as well.
At their meetings with the Russians, are you walking away with this with any agreements for any follow-up conversations?
Well, I would start by saying we've agreed on 4 principles that I think are important. The first is that we're going to appoint our teams respectively to work very quickly to reestablish the functionality of our respective...
Let's see this map. I mean, this is just a map of the world. Is there anything on this map? Well, like, while we have a map open, understand that, like, we are a threat to all of South America, to all of Western Europe, while Russia's just going to take Eastern Europe. China's going to try and take half of Iran. Because like we know that Iran is in BRICS. They have a deal with Russia. And even in that message, Dugin said, like, you know, we're not exactly on the same side when it comes to the Middle East and the US's support of Israel, but I can see a negotiated settlement in which Israel gets to have greater Israel, Iran goes away because America wants to go to war with Iran, and Iran and India will split, Israel and India will split Iran down the middle. China will probably grow a bit in this region, maybe not too close to Russia, but like some of the smaller states, they might have some deals there. Koreas are all going to be Chinese now. Like this is the influence on these countries. Like the entire world is changing right now. Everything is changing. China plans to have UBI by 2035. I will believe it when I see it. Because like China's not a good place to live. Now, I will say China is a better country than America right now. China's not good by any means, but they are better than America. At the moment, at least. It's meant to show what the world would look like if Putin and the US get what they want. Oh, okay, I get it. Well, no, I disagree, because I feel like this would still be Russia. This would be Russia. This would be Russia. We'd probably take Spain and England, sure, yeah. France might split down the middle. I don't know. I'm not buying this map.
Missions in Washington and in Moscow. For us to be able to continue to move down this road, we need to have diplomatic facilities that are operating and functioning normally. The second point. The
reason we shut down all of the embassies and consulates was after they invaded Crimea. And then after they invaded Ukraine again.
That we're going to appoint a high-level team from our end to help negotiate.
There's no saving this, yeah.
Through the end of the conflict in Ukraine in a way that's enduring and acceptable to all the parties engaged. The third point is to begin to work at a high level as well.
At this point, you're not wrong.
Begin to discuss and think about and examine both the geopolitical and economic cooperation that could result from an end to the conflict in Ukraine. Obviously, we'd have to see that conflict come to a successful and enduring end.
Successful for the United States, you mean?
In order for that to be
and for
possible.
Russia.
And the last thing we agreed to is that while our teams are going to be working on all of this, the four of us who were here today, the five of us that were here today, are going to remain engaged in this process to make sure that it's moving along in a productive way.
What does an enduring and successful end look like? Did you present any proposals to the Russians today?
Well, there are some underlying principles. This needs to be a permanent end to the war.
Look, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. The outcome of this, if it's not all of Ukraine immediately belongs to Russia, is that there will be a demilitarized zone. They'll give Russia a year or two to work up, rebuild its forces, and then they're just going to do this again. Canada getting annexed by America is literally Fallout 4. I mean, I'm not surprised by that. I really, really, really hope that the Canadians are doing guerrilla warfare training right now out in their forests, learning how to hide, learning how to shoot shit from behind the trees, climb and shit. That's what we need. I want Canada to become Vietnam. I wouldn't be so certain about Trump actually starting to invade other countries. He needs the military to like him to keep power. They wouldn't like him very long if they sent them off to die for our allies. They do like him now, and of course, that's why we're still building up to this. It might take another year before we start to do all this stuff. They need to increase the zealotry in the military by upping the amount of fear-mongering. They need to up the amount of patriotism. We're going to bring the media past where we were Iraq War level, We're kind of already getting to the Iraq War level of media. We're going to go past that to get Americans frothing at the mouth for this. And to be clear, a lot of Americans are already frothing at the mouth for this. And beyond this, once America's economy starts to people start whinging about not being able to afford food, the tariffs really hit, this will cause them to blame all these other countries for hurting American citizens. It's not the tariffs, it's them. They're doing shit. If it's if there's any hope, America and Russia have lost wars to guerrilla warfare before, which is why I said I hope the Canadians are training like they're in Vietnam. Putting maple syrup on the ground so they can hear the sticky footsteps of the invaders. That's not a bad idea. How would America afford a war with Canada? They would steal it. Not human. First of all, like, we can afford the war. We're cutting literally every bit of spending, minus the military, to get tax cuts to the billionaires. But the billionaires that are getting tax cuts are defense contractors. They make money off of us going to war. For like Elon Musk, for example, makes money from America going to war. He is a defense contractor. And so we will afford the war. And the war might put us into debt. But the point of the war with Canada is because we need their resources. We want their shit. That's why we want the war. We want their water. We want their wood. We want their iron and their whatever elements they have. We want their oil. We want their shit to fund the rest of our war efforts. See, back in the day, this is how countries did that. Imperialist countries funded their war efforts by succeeding in the war effort and then using this, the funds that they steal from that country they just invaded to pay for the war effort.
A temporary end, as we've seen in the past. We know just the practical reality is that there is going to be some discussion of territory and there's going to be discussion of security guarantees. Those are just fundamental basics that will undergird and underlie any type of discussion. But I think the most important part is the president has stated his desire, his determination to end this war, to end the killing that is going on, the death and
I hate this shit so much. If we wanted to end the war, I've been saying for months, we should just invade Russia. America could just do this really quickly. We would take 3 days. 3-day special military operation into Russia, but too late. It's gone now. Whether whether Canada could afford to defend, if America's military was run by competent people, and all of our weaponry, all of our tools were used in an intelligent manner, strategically, with competent people doing all of the work, competent commanders going down all the way through the ladder, there could be every country in the world together would lose to America in a war in that case. But we don't have that level of competence, anywhere near that level of competence, which is, I suppose, nice. We rely on military. And right now, we are getting much in new innovative tech for the military, SN. We are getting drones that have AI in them, suicide drones. Now, when it comes to public support, that's the key. If they lose public support in general, it's fucked. This is right now, in the next year, the next 2 years, the weakest that this regime will ever be, because they're still reliant on public support. But war does tend to increase public support and patriotism. Framing the war as a defensive war is likely what they would do, and it would create a aura of patriotism similar to that during the Iraq War. What an agonizingly avoidable way to, stupid way to destroy a country. True. Well, we could if we had competent people in charge. 404 error. We took out Iraq's entire infrastructure in 2 days at the beginning of the Iraq War, and they used to be a real country. They fought a war with Iran not that long ago, the Gulf War and all that. We're not successful in our military endeavors more often than not, but that's because our military leaders and our political leaders are retarded. That's why.
Destruction that is happening as this war goes on and on, month after month after month, in the killing fields of eastern and southern Ukraine.
I wonder, maybe if we gave Ukraine the stuff they asked for much earlier, would this have continued on?
Unacceptable. It is
I'm not pro shock and awe. I'm pro learning about history and talking about it accurately. And also shock and awe. Motherfucker, we're getting blitzkrieged right the fuck now. I need you to stop complaining about America in the old way. Complain about America the way that it is now. Oh my God. I'm gonna lose my mind. Exhale. I'm bragging for explaining something? Shut the fuck up. You literally have no idea what you're talking about. Everything that you've said so far is wrong. Fuck America, yes, but you're saying fuck America, but Russia's fine. Like, you are brain damaged. If you have this level of disdain for the United States, but do not hold an equivalent level of disdain, or similar at least, to Russia, to Israel, to Saudi Arabia, to China, then like I don't know what you want from me. You're in the wrong place.
Not in the interest of
that's on
country.
YouTube.
It's not in the interest of the world, and certainly not in the interest of the United States and Europe. So all of
Russian
those things
fucking
will drive,
talking points.
the
Enjoy the Kremlin
going forward, and as
literally just like Kremlin talking points. I'm warning at this point. I need you to shut up with the Kremlin talk. You're pissing me off and it's distracting me. We did not start the Ukraine war. America did not start the Ukraine war. That is a objectively insane belief to have. We are fine with Russia even for decades, even under Putin. Okay, we'll enjoy that, you fascist.
So all of those things will drive the negotiations going forward. And as you can see, President Trump is determined to move very quickly. We just had
everything has been very quickly.
In years,
not surprising.
And here we are, less than a week later, at the highest level of the U.S. and Russian government, and we expect to continue to drive that pace.
Of course it does.
Not only end the war, but then to unlock what could be very productive and stabilizing relationships going forward.
You mentioned territories. Is it acceptable to the U.S. for Russia to retain any territory that it's annexed since the beginning of the war in February 2022?
Well, I think those are things that those are to be discussed, and those are
no. But that's the thing. For error. A lot of people who are listening to right-wing propaganda do think that the West started the war. He thinks that he blames the US because he blames NATO. He thinks NATO expansion is what caused the war, which was Russia's argument from the very beginning, as well as, oh, well, there's Nazis in Ukraine and we have to denazify them, which didn't really hold up. So then it was Western expansion and NATO scares us. Ukraine wants to be NATO. We can't allow that, even though there was never a promise made that Ukraine would be NATO. Ukraine started the process, but that process can take decades, and there are specific criteria that need to be met, including you cannot have any form of contested ownership of your country. Any part of your country, any part of your land cannot have contested ownership. That is a criteria required to join NATO. It was never going to happen anytime soon. Well, thank you to Ginger Fluff. Good to see you as always. I think Ukraine was just a strategy to drain the coffers of the West. No, they just kind of want it. They're also going to take the Balkans next. They're doing victim blaming, gaslighting bullshit as usual. Exactly, Solitaire. And yes, Russia started in 2014. Remember, Russia also invaded Georgia in 2008. So
things that will start and do the tough work ahead. But the important thing is that we've started that process. And what the president did not find acceptable was an endless war in Europe that was literally has turned into a meat grinder.
The funnier thing is, even people like Exhale will believe you when you have a claim. Like when I brought up Alexander Dugin, he was like, oh, okay, that tracks. Like that sounds real. That's scary. And then forgets everything that was mentioned by Alexander Dugin. Like the fact that he's talking about America owning Western Europe was in that. And he's like, oh yeah, that's really bad. But that's actually America's fault immediately after. This is Dugin, by the way. He is military intelligence. Like the dude is involved with I suppose with Donald Trump as well, but with Putin. Like he is in it. He's in it deep. NATO should just tell them to agree to never join and let them join anyway. What the fuck is Putin going on about invading them? NATO needs to kick America out right the fuck now, by the way, Infallible Foul. The fact that we said that we may not come to the aid of a European country if they are invaded essentially means that NATO doesn't exist. We built it for that reason, to protect Europe from Russia. If Article 5, again, which we have enacted after 9/11, which got all of the rest of NATO to come help us, if we won't help them, then they need to kick us out of NATO. And Chechnya in 1999, to be fair, they were Muslim Islamist extremists who were legally part of Russia. Like, they just want everything. I do that if Viz is on in the morning, US time. What do you do? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Trump is saying, go ahead and attack anyone you want. Basically, yeah. NATO doesn't even protect the capitalists anymore. This isn't about capitalism anymore. Not human. This is about colonialism. This is just neo-colonialism.
Of people on both sides. So if you just think about, just in a few months, President Trump has shifted the entire global conversation from not if the war is going to end, but just how it's going to end. And only President Trump can do that. And in the Oval Office less than a week ago, both President Putin and President Zelensky both said to him, only you, President Trump.
Why would I care what Putin says when he's very open to ignoring written out agreements? Like the Budapest memorandum is just nothing now. It doesn't matter. It literally had Russia promising to never use military action in Ukraine at all. But like, who cares?
Could drive this war to a conclusion.
What concessions do you expect?
Well, again, we're not going to pre-negotiate an end to this conflict. These are the kinds of things that have to happen through hard and difficult diplomacy in closed rooms over a period of time. What's important to understand is two things. The first is the only leader in the world who can make this happen, who can even bring people together to begin to talk about it in a serious way, is President Trump. He's the only one in the world that can do that right now. The second thing I would say is that in order for the
only one in the world who can end this war. Sure. The U.S. is getting invaded. This was always part of the plan. The U.S. played the game to get U.S. out of NATO, so we have no allies and stand alone. Now Russia, China, North Korea, and every other country, that's going to... No, that's not what's happening. I can see why you would think that, but it's different, simply, Steve. Instead of the U.S. getting invaded, we have made deals with those countries to invade other countries. We are now part of that coalition. We are the Axis powers. They're not going to invade us. We're their ally now. We work for them. Like... This meeting and everything that Trump is saying and the US government is doing in regards to NATO, Europe, Ukraine, all of that is coming from a top-down structure of Xi, Putin, Elon, Trump.
Conflict to end, everyone involved in that conflict has to be okay with it. It has to be acceptable to them. But we have to understand that it's been 3.5 years since there's been any sort of regularized contact between the United States and Russia. And in some cases, between any of the participants in this conflict and Russia. So the goal of today's meeting was to follow up on the phone call the president had a week ago and begin to establish those lines of communication. The work remains. Today is the first step.
This talk, like, as far as I know, was just a talk about more talks. We'll finish it in a second. I just wanted to show you a couple other things that are pretty wild here. So first of all, just as it's being mentioned, you know, Donald Trump is the only one who could do this. He's the only one that could save Ukraine. Think of it. A modestly successful comedian, Volodymyr Zelensky, talked to the U.S. government into spending $350 billion to go to a war that we couldn't win, that never had to start, but a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe. Europeans' money is guaranteed, while the United States will get nothing back. First of all, again, we did not give Ukraine any money. What we did was give them old military equipment, then we bought new military equipment, and that money went to people like Elon Musk. That went to Boeing, Raytheon, fucking Lockheed, SpaceX. That's where all that money went. None of it went to Ukraine, but whatever. We have a big, beautiful ocean of separation on top of Zelensky. Admits that half of the money we sent him is missing. Citation needed. He refuses to have elections. It is very low in Ukrainian polls, and the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle. A dictator without elections. Zelensky is the dictator now. Right. Sure. Oxpecker, didn't Hitler refer to the Holocaust as a war with Jews that he said the Jews had started? Yes, he did, in fact. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating to end the war with Russia, something all admit only Trump, caps lock, and the Trump administration can do. Biden never tried, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. So Zelensky's a dictator, according to Sir Donald Trump, the king.
Yeah, I mean, and just adding to some of what the president said, and Garrett, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is a long post. He says about Zelensky, a dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia.
Remember, yeah, Solitaire, good point. You'll never have to vote again. Just this one time. He is a dictator. He's just a popular one. Well, I mean, like, not holding elections during a defensive war that is this serious, I can understand. It's difficult to hold elections because there's people who live in rural parts of the country. You need, like, it's not conducive to having a free and fair election fighting a war. There will be things that are happening in the meantime. It will be a chance for espionage to be enacted. Like, foreign actors can come and try and fuck with that election much easier because you are in a war. Trump has dictator vibes. Trump is literally a dictator. He announced that the law is whatever his opinion is today. Him and the attorney general decide the law, and nobody else does. Here, I'm going to leave you guys with this one for a second while I go pee. And then when we come back, we're going to jump back into the actual summit in Saudi Arabia because we still have to watch the European summit today because there's a lot of stuff coming out of there that's quite good. Be right back.
Think of it this way, like a violent home invasion. You call the police, and when they arrive, officers take the side of the intruders. You started it, they say, insisting the only peaceful way forward for you and your family is to let the invaders keep the upstairs bedroom. You'd, of course, be shocked. Your neighbors would fear for their own safety. And how long would any semblance of peace in your house or your neighborhood last? Well, today, Donald Trump called Ukraine's President Zelensky, a man who's done nothing but valiantly defend his homeland and his people, a, quote, dictator without elections. An especially insane and rich accusation, given the fact that Trump's administration is right now at the negotiating table, not with Ukraine, but with Vladimir Putin, who most recently won a miraculous 88% of the vote in Russia, a figure nearly as high as it is preposterous. Trump's entirely upside down, insipid, and backwards analysis that it's Zelensky,
I have returned,
an American ally who is
Simply Steve, trust me, that's a smokescreen for the press. Mark my words, as soon as the U.S. is out of NATO and our former allies make it clear they won't come to our aid, it's going to start. Just think about it. You're Putin. Why just have Europe when its resources when you and China and your underling countries can now take the U.S. And have all that's there. See, but like that's not the mentality that a lot of these countries have. They want multipolarity. They want they want one big hegemon controlling one section of the world. They're basically splitting the world between each other as like a pie. That's what I see at the very least. I mean, you could very well be right, Simply Steve. Like, it is a possibility. I just don't think that that's what's like the plan. I don't think that's what's going to happen. There's no law when a leader doesn't adhere to the law. Literally, what about when the leader says, I am the law? It's like school admins that allow bullying but not fighting back. True. When someone tells you that they're going to be a dictator multiple times and then they do 400 dictator things, he's 100% a dictator. Yeah. He's Mussolini. Now, again, right before we get back to this, I want to show you Russian state media for a second. So again, like, this is propaganda. This is Russian state media. Why not create a military coalition between Russia and America and divide Europe? Who needs it?
Создать военную коалицию России и Америки и поделить Европу нахрен. Ну, кому она нужна? Можно.
We could. I think it's a great idea.
Отличная идея, да? Вести российские, американские.
To bring in Russia and American troops, and Europe won't have to defend itself from anyone.
Войска Европе не
Of course, yes.
защищаться.
We'll set up our bases without a hitch at the usual points, Berlin, Paris, as in 1814.
Поставим наши базы в привычных точках. Берлин, Париж, как в 14 году, 1700. По-моему, четко.
I think it's all nice and clear. Europe will immediately save money.
Европа сразу сэкономит на вооруженных силах, на военно-промышленном комплексе.
On the armed forces, on the military-industrial complex, they won't have to worry about anything. Yes, of course, just like vote for me this one last time and you will never have to worry about voting again. Let American and Russian soldiers build military bases all across Europe and take control of the military, and you'll never have to worry about any of that again. That's what they're talking about on Russian state media. So, like, I'd still see the plan being Europe. America might come later. They might take Europe and then go after America, but Europe seems to be target number one.
Of a long and difficult journey, but an important one. And President Trump is committed to bringing an end to this conflict, and as he said when he campaigned for president. And he wants it to end in a way that's fair. He wants it to end in a way that's sustainable and enduring, not that leads to another conflict in 2 to 3 years. That's not going to be easy to achieve, but he's the only one in the world that can begin that process. Donald Trump is the only leader in the world.
It's too late for that pre-breakfast banana. We had our chance.
That could initiate that process. And today was the first step in that process.
Is sanctions relief going to be involved in any of this normalizing or trying to more level set the relationship between the U.S. and Russia? Did the Russians...
Not human. Yuan won't inflate like the dollar. I tell my boomer mom to buy yuan as a way of keep from going bankrupt as our economy declines. There is no future for capitalism. Well, like their plan economically, I did a video on it. If you, by the way, go like the stream, everybody. It helps on YouTube. But if you go and check it out, the plan is to funnel as much money into crypto, crash the U.S. economy, default on the debt, crash the world economy, and steal a bunch of money through crypto rug pulling.
Bring up sanctions relief in the meeting today.
Well, sanctions are all the result of this conflict. There are sanctions that were imposed as a result of this conflict. And so I would say to you that in order to bring an end to any conflict, there has to be concessions made by all sides. We're not going to predetermine what those are. We're certainly not going to negotiate this today or in a press conference for that matter. But, and there are other parties that have sanctions. The European Union is going to have to be at the table at some point because they have sanctions as well that have been imposed.
Sure.
So, but I guess the point here is the goal is, and we agreed on what the goal is to bring an end to this conflict in a way that's fair, enduring, sustainable, and acceptable to all parties involved.
Okay, all of this is a lie, though. Like, I don't even, like, are they going to say anything of note here? I don't expect the East to get hit as hard by the crash. The collapse of the global trade economy will affect the East as well. Understand that, like, our logistics, our global logistics system, our economic systems, they're all very intertwined. And they're all incredibly sensitive. Like, any little thing could break the entire system. And the system breaking down in America entirely will absolutely hit the East hard with a crash. They might not, like, you might not destroy your country, but, like, people are going to die from all of this. That's the outcome of everything that they're doing.
What that looks like?
Oh, no, yeah, like I said, simply, Steve, the plan would probably be to take Europe and then go after America if I was them. If I was Putin or Xi, that would be my plan.
Well, that's what the ongoing engagement is going to be all about.
The Ukrainians and the Europeans have suggested they feel very sidelined about how the process has played out so far. How do you intend to address their concerns? And will they be incorporated in future meetings in a multilateral way?
Well, the comment I would have on that is that for 3.5 years while this conflict has raged, or 3 years while it's raged, no one else has been able to bring something together like what we saw today because Donald Trump is the only leader in the world that can. So no one is being sidelined here. But President Trump is in a position that he campaigned on to initiate a process that could bring about an end to this conflict. And from that could emerge some very positive things for the United States, for Europe.
You can see the stress in his eyes, yeah.
But first it begins by the end of this conflict. And so the only thing President Trump's trying to do is bring about peace. It's what he campaigned on. It's something the world should be thanking President Trump for doing. He's been able to achieve what for 2.5, 3 years, no one else has been able to achieve, which is to begin this process, a serious process. Obviously, a lot of work remains before we have a result, but President Trump's the only one that can do it.
Look, it's common sense. If you're going to bring both sides together, you have to talk to both sides. And
there's 3 sides to this. Actually, probably there's 4 sides to this at the very least, because, not only is Europe funding part of this, but they're very involved. By the way, like, Europe is down to fight. Like, they announced an $800 billion, was it $800 million or $800 billion? Hold on. EU announces package Ukraine. 148 million to, as of, no, actually, that's January. Hold on. Here we go. The largest ever military aid package for Ukraine. Come on. What's up, Shufu Poofer? €134 billion. So I was a bit off with my number, but 134 billion, that's not bad. So there is absolutely 4 sides to this. Oxpecker, remember when Rubio endorsed Clinton over Trump? Like, Rubio has gone back on literally everything he said, but like he doesn't have any actual real beliefs, so it doesn't matter. Probably Ashi, Kamala flat out told America during the debate that the felon would capitulate. I mean, anyone with half a brain knew that that would happen anyway. Like, you know, in 2016, we already knew that Trump was like colluding with Russia. We had evidence of that at the time. The only reason that we didn't do anything about it was because we believed an FBI agent, who, by the way, is now in prison for being a Russian agent, or probably got, I don't know, pardoned or released by Trump, who the fuck knows, but was in prison as of last year. And he's the one that said there was no evidence. We just went along with it. There was plenty of evidence that Trump, like that Russia interfered with our election, but any evidence of direct collusion with Trump, that was up to that one guy's, you know, personal opinion.
We'll
or rather, you know, open lie.
Literally, within minutes of President Trump hanging up with President Putin, he called and spoke with President Zelensky. So shuttle diplomacy has happened throughout history. It's happened all over the world. We are absolutely
during the Mueller report,
both sides. The Secretary
like we found in the Mueller report that Russia was colluding with the at least part of the right with the Republicans to try. They wanted Trump to be president. They were fucking with the election and doing shit in America to try and do that. That's it. That was it. Like, we knew this. This was confirmed. But because we couldn't pin Trump down, it turned into, oh, well, Russia, Russia, Russia. All you people ever say is Russia. It's like how you can't, if you call someone a Nazi, they're like, oh, you guys overuse the word Nazi too much. They're so used to reducing conflicts with 3 or 4 positions down to both sides. It's true. It's because they don't actually care about the other sides. They don't work for those sides.
Just met with President Zelensky days ago, along with the vice president, 7 cabinet members in Europe at the same time, really showing the importance of engaging our allies. President Trump spoke with President Macron just yesterday. Prime Minister Starmer is coming to Washington next week. So I think I do really want to see a lot more from the Europeans. I haven't heard any direct statements from Starmer or Macron. We are going to watch Olaf Scholz talk in a bit, but like, yeah. What's up, Bordega? I mean, as good as I can be. And you should be disgusted, pre-breakfast banana. We'll continue to push back on this notion that our allies haven't been consulted. They're being
Macron.
They are being consulted literally almost on a daily basis, and we'll continue to do
so. Jungler Wind. Misanthropy is not the answer to this. That's the exact opposite, actually. That is what they want you to feel. Misanthropy, in response to this, is their goal for you. Like, really quickly, because now that that's been said, I have to go on this tangent. The way out of this is to create a better society of humans. Go outside, talk to humans, talk to your neighbors, make friends with people, make people you don't like because they're very dumb, less dumb, at least attempt to. You have to do that work. Misanthropy is what got us here. Everyone thinking that everyone else is terrible and everyone outside of my house is a demon. My house is my castle. That's the mentality. The hyper-individualism is what brought us here. That's not the answer. Both sides equals my side and everyone who isn't me. It's true. That's when maggots really started being less anti-Russia during or after the Mueller report probe. That was when they started, but when they really started to be pro-Russia was when Tucker Carlson went and glazed Russian supermarkets and got made fun of by Putin for an hour. That's when they became pro-Russia. Found out through Don Jr.'s emails and the Russian meeting at Trump Tower in the summer of 2016 to get dirt on Hillary. Yeah, of course. Like, of course. We've been divided and conquered.
For the 2 presidents to meet at this meeting.
That's true.
We did not. We did not set that date, but the two presidents talked about meeting and expect to meet.
Can you take us a little bit in the room today? What was the interaction like? How would you characterize the discussions?
It was positive, upbeat, constructive. Everybody there to get to the right outcome, solution-based.
They just use like words, you know, like they're just saying words and they don't mean anything. Nothing that they've said here so far in this entire, like the 8-9 minutes that we've been watching, they've not said anything at all.
We couldn't have imagined a better result after this session. It was very, very solid.
Will you be traveling to Russia again, Mr. Witkoff?
I'm not sure, but
just wordy words.
We'll make that determination in the next couple of weeks.
The Europeans, Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, has said the U.S. needs to back any sort of European solution to the war. Is this something that you are willing to commit to?
Well, I think that's something that we'll continue to discuss.
All right, that's important.
Certainly, again,
that part is important. Back any sort of European solution to the war.
Well, I think that's something that we'll continue to discuss. We have certainly, again, as a first principle, a European-led security guarantee. We have the president, many of us, as members of...
What do you mean, leftist Leo?
Prior members of Congress, ourselves, have called for the Europeans to continue to contribute to our common defense, to continue to share the burden of NATO defense. We'll continue to point out that while things have improved, starting with President Trump's first term, the fact that a third of our NATO allies still do not contribute the minimum of 2% of their GDP to defense a decade.
All of them are increasing their defense spending now, but like it's because America will not help. The reason that we spend more on NATO is because we are the stronger and richer country. Like, this is the one thing that I don't really understand, because the right wants, like, it sees itself as superior. People that are Donald Trump, Elon Musk even, they see themselves as superior to other people, right? They're eugenicists. They're narcissists. They're eugenicists. They're Nazis as well, in Elon's case at the very least. Why are they reducing the United States to a level of like countries that are significantly poorer and weaker than them on a financial scale for like how much money are we putting into NATO? It makes you like my ego would be larger as like I'm paying for the defense of all of these people because I can. But like reducing that to we need like America can't afford to keep funding NATO unless Lithuania starts paying more money. Like, are you like, who the fuck? Lithuania, like the comparison here, they don't understand GDP or percentages of math, and it's hard. I mean, math is hard, and I don't necessarily understand the GDP or percentages that much either, but I probably do more than them. Even as a percentage of our GDP, we pay more. Good, we should be paying more. We are the larger, more powerful, richer country. If we are going to be paying money to a like third party that is an organization of defense among other countries that are our allies, no shit, we pay more. First off, like, we made NATO. Like, it was kind of our idea. It was built for us, like America being the center of the West, because we were already we became the hegemon after World War II. The Cold War happened, of course, and all that, but like no European country could ever stand up to America. And so NATO was born. We pay more money into it because we're the protector. We're Big Daddy. We're America. Doesn't Poland pay more than the US? Can you source me that? Because I'm not sure. They might now, especially because lately Poland's been upping their defense budget as they've been more afraid of Russia lately, and there's been border shit happening with them, so I wouldn't be surprised. But why, like, where does the ego come in reducing the United States to a poorer country? Or to reducing the United States to wanting equivalency with a poorer country that we're doing trade with. Like, it's kind of, it makes the country look weak. Trump wants Europe to increase its defense spending so they can take money from the military. Well, I mean, yes, when Europe increases defense spending, who do you think that money goes to? It goes to our defense contractors. It goes to Lockheed. It goes to Boeing. It goes to SpaceX. Or hopefully not SpaceX. I want them to increase their defense, but I want them to kick America out of NATO. Sorry, 1 second. NATO on paper makes sense. Attack one, you attack all. If Ukraine joined it, well, the thing is, like, NATO on paper makes sense in some ways, but like it was never applied in that way. Like with the Article 5 shit, this is why I said, like, you guys should go and make an Article 5 group chat with your friends and family. Make a group chat that has a. Oh, what's up? Thank you for the raid, Zach. I didn't see that. Holy shit. Welcome out all the raiders. We are talking about the collapse of U.S. hegemony. We're covering the different summits that are happening around the world. The U.S. in Saudi Arabia, talking with Russia. We're going to be talking about Europe in a little bit. But, like, I do go off topic quite a bit. And it's my ADHD brain, so you'll have to forgive me. But, like, understand, right, that you can have systems like that you can apply to real life. And I think you should. Make that Article 5 group chat. Make that group chat where, like, you tell all of your friends and family, if you post a message in this chat, it means come to my house right the fuck now. And I will be right there. And it helps. It helps, in case of, like, an emergency. It helps if you, like, get hurt, if you need an ambulance. You know, it's America. It's not like you can just call an ambulance. Anyway, we'll move on.
Decade after that we all collectively made that agreement isn't acceptable. We have the NATO summit coming up this June, and we would expect with the type of conflict, the type of warfare and destruction we've seen.
Join the Discord, Raiders.
Sadly, the last several years, that we have 100% at the minimum, and in fact are
wait. We have 100% of what?
Of conflict, the type of warfare and destruction we've seen in Europe. Sadly, the last several years, that we have 100% at the minimum, and in fact are exceeding that. So
right, okay.
Look, this is
stuff that we're not doing.
This isn't just about what the United States.
That's not true, pre-breakfast banana, and they're intentionally planning to. Like I said, there's 150,000 Russian soldiers lined up in Belarus. The last time they lined up in Belarus, they invaded Ukraine. We are pulling our troops out of the Baltics, out of Lithuania, out of Estonia. They have openly said that they want these countries. I feel like you can maybe go along the path of, like, well, you know, the road is continuing on in this direction and there is no side road. So what happens at the end of the road? Community ambulance service is cool. Shame there's not official stuff like that. That's free and universal. Well, of course, but, like, you can create an unofficial variant of this for your community. Let's say, like, you're an Uber driver. Go knock on some doors and say, hey, look, I do Uber and stuff, but I want to create like a DM chat where, like, if someone needs to go to the doctor or, like, needs the hospital, then you can just call me and I will do the ambulance shit. You won't have to pay me. IRS will lay off 6,000 employees on Thursday, sources say. Unsurprising, Oxpecker, because the entire plan is to privatize the IRS. And they're still working up towards the big, you know, the big hitters. They're going to go after the FDIC, the Social Security money. They're already really going into Medicaid, but, like, they haven't really ramped it up yet. When the U.S. straight up says it wouldn't honor an attack from Russia on an ally, you should believe them. Yeah, that's the thing.
Is going to continue to contribute, and what we are going to continue to ask of the American taxpayer. We all have to make those tough decisions. We all have to contribute to our common defense, and we expect that this to be a two-way street for our European allies. And the fact that
two-way street, motherfucker, Europe's not invited to your talk. Two-way street, Jesus Christ.
Kingdom, France, and others are talking about contributing more forcefully to Ukraine's security, we think is a good thing.
Did you walk away from this meeting convinced the Russians want peace? You said it might take some time to be convinced of that.
It is, Oxpecker. It's actually terrifying.
I mean, I don't view diplomacy that way. I think diplomacy ultimately is based on actions. It's based on diplomacy.
No. That's literally, like, again, listen to what she says, because that's not... God, these people are so dumb.
Ukraine's
They're so fucking dumb.
We think is a good thing.
Did you walk away from this meeting convinced the Russians want peace? You said it might take some time to be convinced of that. How are you seeing
Did you come out of this meeting thinking that Russians want peace? I don't look at diplomacy that way. Your job here is to have conversations that lead to peace. That's why you're here. I don't look at diplomacy this way. I have a feeling that America will invade Ukraine. I do too, Zach, but like I'm still more concerned about what Alexander Dugin said. I'm not going to show it on stream again because this will be like the third time, but like that's the link. It looks like we might go after Western Europe instead, which would be absolutely horrifying. Like double team with Russia. Russia just grabs Ukraine and starts moving west, and we take what, Portugal, and start moving east.
I don't view diplomacy that way. I think diplomacy ultimately is based on.
We want rare earth minerals from them, Shufelpuffer.
So I think I came away today convinced that
you need to make those commitments in diplomacy for them to be kept, Marco Rubio. You're saying you don't believe in diplomacy that way, you believe in action, but the actions need to be preceded by the diplomacy if you're trying to have a diplomatic solution. Like if you're doing this unitarily, that's a whole other story, but like...
They are willing to begin to engage in a serious process to determine how and how quickly and through what mechanism can an end be brought to this war. Whether we can ultimately reach that outcome will obviously depend on every side in this conflict's willingness to agree to certain things. So I think it's important to have this meeting because we haven't really had much engagement with the Russians for almost 3 years. And,
I wonder why.
It sets the table for future conversations. How that turns out will be up to the parties and their willingness not just to make commitments but to live by them.
I see.
That'll be tested in the weeks to come. But I can tell you again, as I reiterate, President Trump has made it very clear during the campaign he thought this conflict needed to end.
Now remember, we watched on Russian state media them talking about how America and Russia should be splitting Europe. Shufelpuffer, this is why America might invade Ukraine. Like there still is a chance. There are critical rare earth minerals that we want there. Part of this peace deal was America trying to strong arm like literally mobster shit. Like you need to pay your protection money to Ukraine. We wanted $500 billion from them in rare earth minerals.
Right now, but what they did in Munich.
We're gonna go back to the video. Don't worry.
Zelensky
Context.
Was primarily to bully them. Right. The Secretary of Treasury handed him a piece of paper that essentially required Ukraine to hand over about 50% of its mineral reserves to the United States, simply in payment of the support that we've already given, which we've given.
Oh no, Zach, like they'll actually say that, won't they?
Attacked by Putin and the Russian forces. I mean,
simply, Steve, let me ask you a question. Would you, as, let's say, like you have the mentality of like a billionaire, you're evil, you don't have empathy, right? Imagine that. Now, would you rather have $1 trillion where there are thousands of billionaires and thousands of millionaires all over the world? Or would you rather have $10 billion, but there's like 4 other people that have about as much money as you, and everybody else can never ever come and reach your height of wealth, and you have control of everything for the little peasants at the bottom? Which would you pick? It's sometimes sacrificing wealth and resources for greater control, consolidation, and influence is a thing that, like, that is a decision that is not unreasonable to make for a capitalist and imperialist. It's not likely. I still don't see that happening. I just do not ignore the possibility. And remember, this is Trump, just straight up Russian, like Kremlin rhetoric. What's up, Shardspork?
Do you see any future in which Ukraine returns to its pre-2014 borders?
Well, I think Pete said today that that's unlikely, right? It certainly would seem to be unlikely. They took a lot of land, and they fought for that land, and they lost a lot of soldiers.
Oh, poor Russian soldiers! They lost so many trying to steal another country's land. Like, are we? That's what we're doing now. That's the level that we're on. I think even many MAGA people can be pulled out of their allegiance to a degree by the thought of boots on the ground in Europe. Nope. They'll be pulled out of their allegiance to this when their life starts getting shitty. People that are on the MAGA end will not respond to any of this until their life starts getting worse. Oh, you're deemed to hydrate. Sorry, I wasn't looking. Thank you.
But it would just seem to me, and I'm not making an opinion on it, but I've read a lot on it, and a lot of people.
It's for not just AI, quantum computing, GPU stuff, but also it's like we need the rare earth minerals to make the semiconductors. They're the little like silicon chips that are in everything, the most important resource in the world right now. I mean, some countries have killed their own citizens on their own land. Do they get a prize too, Mr. Trump? I mean, like literally Donald Trump has tried to kill his own citizens on his own land. The only reason it didn't happen during Black Lives Matter is because the military said no. But this time he said he would do it again. They might say yes. When they get drafted and gave no money from the government, they're not going to get drafted, SN. There'll never be a draft because they're smart enough to plan around that. Did you see my video on YouTube about how education is being incorporated with conscription in Oklahoma, where now if you finish high school, you have to not only get into a college or a trade school, but be able to pay for it. Otherwise, to get a high school diploma, you have to join the military. They're on their trial run in Oklahoma. That's going to be the entire country. They're going, they're trying to build fascism, right? This takes some time, but the end goal here is a fervor for the state. It is sacrifice everything you have for the state. And I don't think that they will be successful, might I add, because American culture, society, is all built on at least perceived ideas of libertarianism, liberty and freedom. You can't have those ideals and still have real, true fascism. Now, obviously, they are fascists, and the country is fascist, but the citizenry has not been subsumed purely by the fascism. As in, I work for the state, I live for the state, I eat for the state, I breed for the state. That's what they want to produce, but that takes time.
People think that that's unlikely. So,
look at all the dead Russian soldiers when they tried to steal land. We're clearly, we're out. We're out of NATO.
Russia wants to force Ukraine to hold new elections in order to sign any kind of a peace deal. Is that something that the U.S. would ever support?
Someone asked earlier, and I said this before, the reason that elections would be difficult in a country like Ukraine right now is because not only are they in a total war and a lot of their citizens are outside of the country, but it would give a lot of chances for foreign actors to try and subvert the election. Because it has to be all over the country. There are people that live near the front lines still. People that may not be on the front lines, but live back a little bit from the front lines, and they have to vote. You have to go get that shit. There is danger there. I feel bad for the Russian soldiers who were conscripted and didn't want to fight for the war. I don't, because they could just have left. Death is an option, Lord Fluffy Art. Following orders is not an excuse, and I don't feel bad for them. Fuck those soldiers. I would choose death. I would say, okay, I would get deployed to Ukraine, I would defect immediately. Are you kidding me? I would just go defect. Have a good night, 404 error loading game. Still love that name though.
Well, we have
loading name rather.
Situation where we haven't had elections in Ukraine, where we have martial law, essentially.
Fuck me, are you kidding? That's a you problem. Yeah, and I feel bad for the ones that did, but again, if Hitler is telling me to go invade a country, kill people and steal their land, I would rather die. Yes, Lord Fluffy Art. No, it's not heartless. Do you feel bad for the Nazis that didn't want to fight in the wars, but still did? You have a choice, motherfucker. You have a choice. And I didn't say just die. I said I would rather die. I said I would try and defect. But you know what? Dying is preferable to what they did. I would have gone and left. I would have said no. I would have gone to prison. You always have a choice. Whether you're being conscripted or not, you have a choice.
Leader in Ukraine, I hate to say it, but he's down at 4% approval rating. And where a country has been blown to smithereens. You got
also,
most of the cities are laying on their sides.
This is the same thing that he's doing with Gaza. With oh, it's so bad over there, but let's not even talk about why.
He's the only leader in the world that could have started a process that we saw here today, and this process is going to continue.
Everything they say is a lie.
When you talk about an enduring and sustainable end to the conflict, it means one that's acceptable to everyone involved in it. And that obviously includes Ukraine, but also our partners in Europe, and of course the Russian side as well.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in there, but I just wanted to also take a moment, I think on behalf of all of us and the President, to thank our partners in Saudi Arabia, to thank our hosts for bringing this together.
You're not wrong,
particularly
SM.
the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
Yes,
and his
yes. We
team.
have to suck off the Saudis because they own our government. Of course, of course, of course. All right, what came out of this? Well, for one, the U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz says we are unhappy with Kyiv's rhetoric in response to the economic initiatives put forward. Trump does not intend to tolerate this. As in, like, we told Ukraine that we want half of their rare earth minerals, and we said, no, but we'll give you some eggs, and Trump's mad about it. Oxpecker, I don't know if I was conscripted into Wagner and the consequences was everyone beating me to death with sledgehammers. I would pretend to go along with it and leave the very first chance I get, and if I die trying, then I die trying. Or, realistically, even more so, I'd probably just kill all of the other people in the Wagner group. Like, if I got conscripted to join an evil army, I would just go through the training, take the weapon, and then I would try and take out as many of them before they take me out. Well, yeah, but, like, it's still the right option, Oxpecker, like, morally. Yes, you're going to be tortured if you don't do what the evil regime says, but you being tortured over you choosing to go into another country and kill other people and steal their land, like, that makes sense. Like, I understand feeling empathy and sympathy for people that are not involved, that people that, like, are innocent civilians, right? But I don't care for what reason you're fighting. If you're being forced, no one's forced to fight. You're forced to go to the front lines. You're forced to, you're forced to make the decision. But they can't force you to fight. They can't put a chip in your brain that makes it so you have no bodily autonomy. And morally, I consider the right option to be not fighting. SN, one thing from this is the Saudi credit impression of being mediators. Well, yeah, well, they want that anyway. They love that idea. The Saudis are trying to look like a real country again. Not Human 82, thank you for being so patient. You get my follow. I need to escape into the gaming for a while. I don't blame you at all. I can't wait to play Cyberpunk after this, but thank you for the follow, and I'll see you next time. Now, we have started pulling out some of our troops from Europe, and I mean, the places we're pulling these troops out of really do paint a picture for you. This was confirmed later on, but an Eastern European official told German newspaper BLID that discussions are ongoing in regards to the withdrawal of U.S. troops from countries in Europe that joined NATO after 1990, which was reported to be one of the goals in the recent negotiations between Russia and the U.S. This would include Albania, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czechia, Estonia, Finland, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Montenegro. Damn, I like Montenegro. North Macedonia, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Sweden. So we are pulling U.S. soldiers out of these countries. If you have an idea of geography, these are the countries that are closer to Russia. Remember the idea of maybe we should just split the U.S. down the Europe down the middle. America could take half of it, and we could take the other half of it. I wonder if maybe this comes from, a specific source. Where was it? Did I not save that into my files? God damn it, I want to pull that up again. Ah, fuck it, I don't care. Either way. Actually, pulling the decision is quite a serious decision for one to make. True, Shufu-Poofer, it's very hard. Oxpecker, but eventually the option to desert is presented to you. This much is true, but it is eventual. Well, like, yes, but in the meantime, like, there are other things you can do. There's things you can do to try and stop them from making as much progress as possible. But at the same time, even with no ability to desert, I still would choose death and torture over, like, being Hitler to other countries. I can sympathize with the poor Russians being conscripted, but I can't empathize with those that are participating in killing Ukrainians and bombing civilians. Like, I sympathize with them until they fire their first shot. You know, when they're conscripted all the way until they're brought to the front lines. Remember, though, they are also indoctrinated in this process. Until you're in a situation you don't know what you would do, fight, flight, freeze, fawn. But I'm not saying people are innocent no matter what they choose. The thing is, like, in a situation like that, you are going to have fight or flight. It's not like you're going to be making a rational decision. It doesn't have to be in that moment. Again, like, the rational option is to go with it and look for an option to desert, to leave, to escape, to maybe, you know, flip to the other side. But like, you have to try. And like, what, their brain isn't fully developed? Really? That's your excuse, man? Like, as a 15-year-old, I would have made this decision. 15 years old, I would have known that it is morally wrong to participate in the war effort that is illegal, immoral, that you've been conscripted into. I'm not expecting them to be Captain America. I just don't have sympathy for them. That's it. That's all this is. I don't expect them to behave any differently than they do. In fact, I expect them to behave exactly the way that they have. I just don't feel sympathy for them. It's like I don't feel sympathy for MAGA either. They're killing themselves. We have measles, we have tuberculosis, we have fucking polio rampant through the country, and MAGA is the front lines right now. They're the ones getting hit the hardest. Do I feel bad for them? No, I don't. I don't have any sympathy. I'm sorry. I don't care if you think that's heartless. I don't care if you think that's mean. I have no sympathy for these people. Here is Senate Majority Leader Thune.
On the same page. You have long supported Ukraine, aid to Ukraine. Are you at all concerned about the president's rhetoric blaming Ukraine for starting the war and calling for elections in Ukraine, which is what Vladimir Putin is calling for?
I think what I'm in support of is a peaceful outcome and result in Ukraine. And I think right now the administration, the president, and his team are working to achieve that. And I think right now you got to give them some space. Honestly, this war is ground on now for 3 years.
This is it. They're all cuck leaders, guys. This is kind of it. Probably, Ashi, if we didn't have Oppenheimer, we would have been invaded years ago. Alternate history, like that shit is boring. You could legit apply your argument to North Koreans should just defect because in theory that they would bring down the entire regime. Well, I mean, I do think that they should. And it's not like I don't feel sympathy for North Koreans. They're fucking insane. Have you seen the kind of shit that they're writing into their journal? Like, here's the thing, right? Yes, these people are indoctrinated and brainwashed. North Korea, Russians, the Chinese, in America, all of these places, right? I don't feel bad for them once they are indoctrinated and doing the things that they are indoctrinated to do. Do I think that it is reasonable to expect a different outcome? No, of course I don't. But I don't feel sympathy for them. I felt sympathy before they were fully indoctrinated. That sympathy can go away. It doesn't have to remain on them fully forever. That they're entirely free of any guilt for any of their crimes that they do, any of their immoral actions, because they're simply brainwashed and the state forces them to do it. That's not a rational argument. That doesn't fit with my worldview. That's saying that we should be that we should feel bad for Nazis in Germany, during Nazi Germany, people who lived during the Soviet Union that were supporters of the state. If you're not supporting the state, then I feel bad for you. If you are being, imprisoned, tortured by the state, if you're being indoctrinated, then I feel bad for you. If you have been indoctrinated and you are now acting on behalf of the state, I no longer feel bad for you. I just don't think that it's not, I still think that that's the most likely outcome, that's what's going to happen, but why do I have to feel bad? I also don't like what you're saying that you would do if XYZ, I'm just giving out my personal opinion. If you're hanging from a meat hook, it really changes your opinion on defection and dying. Art, I've literally died before, right? I have faced death twice, actually. I was dead for a minute and a half, had to be resuscitated with the fucking shock thing. I was also dead for another 30 seconds following that. I have been in danger. I've had my life in danger. I've had a gun put to my head. I know how I would react in a situation where my mortality is at stake. Don't assume that, please. But at the same time, like, I don't need to feel bad for them. That's like saying just because you were ordered to commit crimes and atrocities, it's not your fault and you were just doing your job. It's exactly what I mean, you know? Like, there is a level, a degree where I can feel bad for them, but after they pass that line, it's gone. It's gone.
Well, in a significant diplomatic shift, the U.S. and Russia
This
have
is
agreed
good
to start
news.
working toward ending the war.
The German ambassador tells Canadians Europe has your back. This shit is good news.
Ukraine and improving relations between themselves.
President Trump is committed to bringing an end to this conflict. And he wants it to end in a way that's fair. He wants it to end in a way that's sustainable.
We
and
saw
enduring,
this already.
Not that leads to another conflict in 2 to 3 years. That's not going to be easy to achieve. In order to bring an end to any conflict, there has to be concessions made by all sides. We're not going to predetermine what those are.
The talks are among the first high-level in-person discussions between Russia and the U.S. and U.S. officials, but there is a pivotal player missing
thank
from
you,
the
long leg
Ukrainian
Homo
peace
sapien.
talks.
Yeah.
Ukraine.
The kind of key player.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said today he would not accept any decision.
Before we get on to this, speaking of, the fact that Erdogan is meeting with Zelensky and this seemed to be a positive meeting is actually really interesting because Turkey, Erdogan only acts in his own best interest. He is another dictator. Turkey is another authoritarian country. It's just like not as far gone as like Russia or America. It's like a Iranish type authoritarian, not as bad on the like religious side with it's getting there, but they don't like it's not like you have to have your head covered or none of that shit. Like that's not the case. But Turkey is pivotal in the Ukraine war because the Black Sea can only be accessed through the Mediterranean through Turkey. They're like going back to World War I, there's a treaty that says that Turkey controls the canal that runs through Istanbul that leads into the Black Sea. We're the ones that decide if grain shipments get out, if there are like Navy ships that get in. Now, so far, Turkey has played both sides here in the Ukraine war. They have been, obviously, they're a part of NATO. They're on our side. They act in our interest. But they're also like our least trustworthy ally to the point where we send them to do the negotiations with Russia. They are close with Russia. Turkey even bought weapons from Russia a little while ago that like created some friction. Turkey has shot down a Russian fighter jet in Syria over that was going to Syria that was in their airspace as well. So like Turkey's interesting, and which way that they go will really be pivotal here, because remember that after the United States, Turkey is the largest military in NATO. If Turkey remains in NATO, Europe has a chance. If Turkey goes over to the Axis side and, you know, becomes part of, you know, BRICS, the American-Russian alliance, we'll see. But Turkey does. Yeah, Turkey has the second largest military in NATO. NATO military sizes. Turkey is in NATO. They're just not in the European Union. So yeah, Turkey's NATO country. I want the actual size of the military. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, God damn it. Well, this isn't telling me they're military personnel. Here we go. So America has 1.6 million active military personnel, 1 million in the reserves. Turkey has 690,000 in the active personnel and 380,000 in the reserves. And it will never be NATO. I know. They really do want to, though. How effective is a bunch of birds that can barely fly? Ha ha ha. No, the Turkish military is actually fairly effective. The thing is, right, your military effectiveness goes down during long periods of peace. When there isn't a war to fight, your military gets weaker. It's like muscles that don't get worked out. Turkey has been doing military operations my entire life. they really fucking hate the Kurds. They really hate the Kurds. So like they've been doing military operations in Iraq and Syria for essentially my entire life. And conscription is a thing in Turkey for boys specifically once they get like 18. And so there is a large population of available soldiers, and there has been active military efforts in place for years. So they have seasoned commanders, seasoned soldiers. What side Turkey ends up on in this like split will really be kind of key to what happens here. Wait, that's it? I thought we had like 3 or 4 million. What do you mean? Like in the military? Erratic Cookie, are you Turkish, by the way? Merhaba, merhaba. Or are you talking about America? Because America has, you know, over 1 million troops. Being active in conflict, it also means you're likely to keep all your manufacturing plants open. Well, yes, and that's true. Turkey is kind of the key to world trade between the West and the East, especially if Russia's going to become more prominent again. Because again, ships need to pass through Turkey to get into the Mediterranean. If Turkey ends up on the side of Europe and NATO, Turkey will be one of the first countries that are declared war on, because they're going to be the biggest threat and going to be essentially the lead military of NATO. Now, they might not be the ones in charge. They might not be the ones making decisions, but they are the largest military force. And if they join the American and Russian side, then we're all cooked.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said today he would not accept any decision made without Ukraine at the bargaining table. Moments ago, U.S. President Donald Trump defended this style of negotiation.
I think I have the power to end this war, and I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years.
Oh, I know, you believe me.
Ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land. Everything.
Yes, sure.
Almost all of the land.
Almost
and no
all of the
people would have
land.
been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not one dome would have been knocked down.
By give them almost all the land, he's talking about Russia.
But they chose not to do it that way.
Chorvin Bellman is Germany's ambassador to Canada. She joins me now. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
These talks
kick out America from NATO and invite Canada, that would be so amazing.
Between Russia and the United States that exclude Ukraine, how much do they worry you?
Well, our politicians, the Chancellor and the Foreign Minister, have been very clear that we believe talks about Ukraine should be with the Ukrainians at the table, as well as talks about European security have to be with the Europeans at the table.
Donald Trump made the case just moments ago in a news conference he had that if Ukraine was worried about not having a seat at the table, well, frankly, they could have had a deal a long time ago. He's just very little land would have had to have been given up. What do you...
Of course, like, they'll say this shit, and like, you're right, Shuva Poover, but they'll never provide any sort of an example because there is nothing. Like, they're just talking. They just make shit up. Donald Trump's job is to make shit up and talk. That's why he exists. He's not making any decisions. His job is to talk. When someone invades your country, they should get nothing. Like, this is like the peacemonger rhetoric of like, it's fascistic to want to fight back. Now I'm curious, if I got conscripted, would you rather I die than go fight in Iran or Mexico? Even if I was... Okay, look, you're making that question, you're phrasing it in a way that is incorrect. Whether I think it's the right decision or not does not matter. I think that it is the morally curious decision for you to do everything in your power to A, hinder the people on your side that are going to go and kill people in whatever, Iran or Mexico or Canada. And if that means your death, then that is the moral decision. You should try and leave, but you should also try and sabotage. You should not do any fighting for that side. That's all I mean. Like, just don't fight the Iranians or the Mexicans or the Canadians. They've done nothing to you. Invading their country and killing those people is wrong. But being part of the military that's been conscripted while you're constantly fucking up the military, getting people on your side killed, that's moral. Sorry, that's just how this works. America is the Nazi country now. If you get conscripted, you are part of the Nazi Germany army. Zach, maybe you can translate some Turkish news on what's happening on that side? Yeah, I probably should have a look. Let's see.
Say to that analysis of this situation?
I think from our point of view, Ukraine was attacked by their neighbor, Russia, in a war of aggression and a full-scale invasion that was unprovoked, and that Russia could stop this war any moment. President Putin could stop this war any moment if he intended to do so seriously. So we don't see a serious intention on the Russian side to come to the table.
All right, can we have enough talk about, like, can we stop the talk about, like, you know, offing ourselves in the case of, like, the worst possible decisions? It's not useful. But if your choice is a child or to fight, I don't care. Just stop with it. Pay attention. We're talking. This is huge, by the way. The fact that Europe is saying that they will help Canada because we're going to invade Canada. We're going to do it. So I want Canada and NATO. Article 5, motherfucker. America invades Canada. You are now at war with all of Europe. I'd draft dodge in America, resulting in us dying. We'd be fucked in the state of affairs. I mean, you should just leave America, but, you know.
Really be serious about talks. What we see at the moment is maximalist positions.
So when you say you do not see an intention to be serious about this, what then should we understand is your interpretation or Germany's interpretation of what is happening in these conversations between the United States and Russia? Does that suggest that those conversations, despite the fact that the participants...
I know, I want Canada and NATO. That's what I'm saying. Canada's not in NATO. America's out. I want them to bring Canada in.
Are talking about this as a path towards peace are not serious?
I think what we saw is a first round of talks between both sides, which hopefully gives the American side a clearer picture of where the Russian position is right now. But again, we've been very clear that if there is to be a negotiation for a peace that is really to be a peace that lasts and that ends this war and doesn't prepare the next round of conflict.
No, we're not out, Zach, but we've said that if a European country is attacked, then we might not come to their aid. So we are functionally out. In fact, I want by the end of this like summit, because I think it's like not, it's a few more days. I want them to vote. I want them to decide like, hey, we're going to do a NATO vote. Everyone's kicking America out. I want that to happen. I don't know if it will, but like functionally, yes, we are.
The Ukrainians have to be part of that conversation.
Does it make sense to you? Secretary of State, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio talked about these conversations as, you know, work towards a peace settlement, but also that they wanted to explore, quote, the incredible opportunities that exist to partner with the Russians, both geopolitically and economically.
As in, we want to sell like Starlink and have Twitter and Teslas all around. That's what that means. I basically want everyone in the world to get very serious. The USA is fucked up because of not taking Trump seriously. Yes. Like it's Sunday is the German elections. Do you know how terrifying that is? Because if the AfD wins, then it's all like we are in the worst possible position because Germany is kind of critical to Europe being able to mount any kind of defense or offense here. And yes, Schuffelpuffer, but like it kind of already is, but they can maintain NATO as an entity without the US. The original purpose of NATO is kind of gone now because it was meant to protect Europe from Russia, but we can still have it. That's why I say bring Canada in.
Those two conversations would be happening at the same time. How do you interpret that?
Well, I think it's up to the American side to define what their relationship with Russia is supposed to be in the future. I mean, we, from a European and German perspective, very clearly see a Russia at the moment that is conducting a malign interference campaign in Europe and against our security in Germany, against Europe.
Zach, I know, but like, think about this. America and Russia are having summits in Saudi Arabia regarding a war in Europe. Europe is having their own summit in Paris discussing what to do about America doing all of this. Thank you, Cosmopolitics. Love that. Meanwhile, China is expanding where like they're like just today we had a Chinese naval vessel within like 100 miles within the EEZ of Sydney, like in our exclusive economic zone. In America, we have people foaming at the mouth to invade Canada. We have people foaming at the mouth to invade Mexico. This is, or at least it appears to be, like, we're this close to World War III. The world leaders are all meeting in like, okay, what do we do next? Like the Axis powers and the Ally powers. I'm surprised China hasn't like joined any of these meetings. It's interesting. America can't be trusted. Many European countries may decide that it's time to get nukes. But the thing is, Europe's ability to resist is very much dependent on their elections. Like Germany could fall on Sunday. England has an election in May where like reform is up by, what is it, 15, no, sorry, it's not 15, 20 points. That was Liberals and Labour here. But reform is up and is likely to win there, which is their version of the Nazi party. So like, this really does seem like they are getting ready for the next step. Now, I'm not sure whether or not like how it'll go, but like so far, everything I've predicted has kind of been basically correct. So take that how you want to. Do with that what you will.
European security, a campaign that encompasses sabotage. We've seen murder in the past. We see a lot of disinformation. So from our point of view, we don't see any reason to reshape our relationship with Russia at the moment. If Russia wants to be back at the table, it has to behave according to the standards and rules of international law.
European leaders did hold their own summit in Paris. What would you say the takeaway is from that? It's obviously an effort to counterbalance these talks, but there is disagreement amongst Europeans about the path forward.
There are different opinions, that's true. The German government has made very clear that before we want to talk about any element of a possible future settlement to the conflict in Ukraine, we have to have a negotiation where the parties that are concerned are sitting at the table, and that it's premature to speculate about individual elements of such a settlement before we even know what we are talking about. But I think the meeting was useful.
It's so nice to listen to like world leaders that actually have a brain. Like there's like people who sound rational, reasonable, that sound like they actually can do their job. It's nice, I miss that feeling.
An exchange that sort of saw agreement on factors such as nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine at the table, nothing on European security without the Europeans at the table, and that we are determined to continue to support Ukraine into the future.
This is the kind of shit I want to see.
What evidence do you see that there is a path forward like the one you are aspiring to, where everybody gets around the same table?
I think we've heard voices today from the US administration that recognize that Europe at one point has to be at the table as well as the Ukrainians. We hope certainly that this will be the case sooner rather than later.
Particularly the comments that the United States is making about it being unrealistic for Ukraine to return to its international borders. How do you the international community ought to respond to that?
Angrily. They should be mad. Again, understand, you should be very angry and very scared of us.
What kind of settlement they can sign up to, whether territorial concessions will be part of that settlement is a question that has to be left to these negotiations. It's a known fact that at the moment part of Ukraine is under Russian occupation. But there are other elements that have to be part of the equation as well. Security guarantees, Ukrainian armed forces that are able to defend Ukraine in the future.
She's correct. I want to hear from Olaf. I want to hear from the actual chancellor. What does he have to say? I mean, I assume the rhetoric's going to be pretty similar, and then we're going to look into what actually was discussed in the EU summit in Paris.
European leaders have been holding an emergency meeting in Paris concerning their role in Ukraine, amid fears that they can no longer rely on their security alliance with the United States. Germany's chancellor said Europe will keep supporting Ukraine and that peace terms cannot be dictated to Kyiv. He also said he was irritated about talk of sending peacekeeping troops, saying it was premature.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Lord Fluffyart. That's what I'd like to know. Okay, we're going to get into that later. Give me the actual Olaf Scholz. Where the fuck? He's not even in this, is he? Jesus Christ, I hate I hate all of the mainstream media. They do this shit all the time. The title has like very little actual impact on what is in the fucking video. It's hard to tell. Here's Canada for a second. Here is Canadian MP talking about how they view America.
Our neighbors are no longer our allies. We are dealing with a regime next door to us that is ignoring the international rule of law, and we have to take this dead serious. Our neighbors are no longer our allies. We are...
It's true. All right. Let's jump to the summit. Let's find out what we can. Because what they decide in this summit is kind of the decision for what the world is going to look like in a couple years. At most.
Can shape an entire premiership. Some can shape an entire century. European leaders descended hastily on the Élysée Palace in Paris today to wrestle with the magnitude of the problem handed to them, not just by the President of Russia, but by their ally, the President of the United States. Sowing the seeds ahead of this summit, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk set the tone for expectation. Vast uplifts in defence spending across an entire continent.
That's one word for a summit, Zach.
It has to happen now in a very massive way. I'm talking about decisions, about financing, logistics, political decisions when it comes to the defensive capabilities of the European Union.
Now that's the kind of shit I want to hear. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
At an undisclosed location in the UK, Ukrainian troops are being trained how to fight and survive on the front lines.
Macron's suit was kind of nice. Shardsburg, I love it when Europeans kiss each other. I wish we did that too. Just do it. Like, I'm Turkish. Anytime I see anyone Turkish, it's like a kiss on each cheek.
But despite 3 years of support from across Europe, the US has largely shut out allies from the conversations with Russia over a prospective peace deal. European leaders are peddling desperately to remain relevant, the purpose of today's summit. But at last week's security conference in Munich, this senator and vice president of the French Defense Committee was left in no uncertain terms as to how the US views future European involvement.
You have no place. There was actually a lunch called Ukrainian lunch I attended, and the special envoy...
I wish we all lived in a more boring time. I'm going to give you a little bit of a hot take here. There is no such thing as a boring time. And I'm glad that there isn't. Do you think that they make these meetings extra boring and tedious on purpose? No, they're all just like very much a liberal civility policy. This is Europe we're talking about, you know, like this is France. Of course they have to be like, everything has to be perfect and everything has to be respectful. Like that's why. It's the civility bullshit. It's the decorum. Now I like decorum to an extent, but like, it just, yeah.
It's extremely clear. The question was put to him, will the EU be part of the negotiations? And he said, no, you don't have...
As stark as that?
Oh, it was incredible. That's why I think, you know, we actually, it's the new style. What we're getting from the boss, the Europeans do not have a place at the table.
The suspicion is that any peacekeeping mission in Ukraine could rely heavily on UK troops. Troops, one former head of the armed forces says the nation simply doesn't have enough of. And despite pledges of raising the percentage of GDP spent on defence, former chiefs say the uplift needs to be major.
Now, 5%, we'll never get back to 5%.
I'm seeing reports, I can't confirm, but apparently Canada might be threatening to cut off power to parts of the US, and I really fucking hope they do. What's up, Karan? I hate civility politics and somewhat blame it for where we are now. Same. I do too, Oxpecker. I think you can have civility, but like, there's a line. There's European countries, there's Australian politics as well, but like, I've seen like government officials like throwing hands. Now, I don't want that to be Congress, but like every now and then, I want people to think that that could happen in Congress and just not have it happen, but it could. He just rescinded federal NYC congestion pricing. Yeah, I did see that. I covered that earlier. Coherent screams. Like, long live the king after yesterday making it so the courts don't exist anymore. Remember, if you didn't see that already, basically says that any interpretation of the law that is against the opinion of Donald Trump or the AG is illegal, so.
In any short order. But just
and no, Karan, he's not reducing the military budget. The military budget is skyrocketing.
Round about are we going to increase from 2.3% to 2.5%? That frankly just doesn't fill the potholes in. It doesn't touch the sides. There's got to be an increase in this country to more like 3 to 3.5% over the next 5 years or so. And that money's got to be spent wisely and sensibly. And certainly,
better.
If the Prime Minister is thinking of committing a British ground force to a peacekeeping operation in Ukraine, we're going to significantly have to increase defence spending and do it pretty quickly.
The feeling now among many...
Look, I mean, the UK has said that they are willing to put ground troops in Ukraine, and which is based, and I really hope they do. Civility politics absolutely holds the fall. It's why the Dems shut down anyone. It's not the only reason why the Dems act that way, but it is one of the big reasons. You don't just blame civility politics when you talk about the Dems. You have to understand that they are also bought by a lot of these same, corporations.
Very foundations of NATO itself.
Also, the congestion pricing was based.
So if Russian tanks rolled into Estonia tomorrow, would you have absolute confidence that Donald Trump, as a NATO partner, would be standing shoulder to shoulder with Estonia, with the rest of Europe?
At this point in time, no.
The post-Soviet...
Now, that is key. That is the whole point of NATO. That question and the answer being yes. That's the whole fucking point. Can we war game a succession of democratic states at some point on stream? Like, how? How would we even do that? I mean, that sounds fun. I can open Civ and see how that works, but like, you can't... And actually, no, you can't even do that in something like Civ. Who knows?
With the rest of Europe?
At this point in time, no.
The post-Soviet era has been defined by Western nations reaping a peace dividend. The message from today's summit is clear. The dividends have dried up. It's increased investment that's needed now.
Last week, there was...
Someone said that they wanted Turkish news while we hear about Europe, because Turkey was not invited to this one, because this one was EU only.
Evet, Almanya'nın Münih kentinde 61. Güvenlik Zirvesi düzenleniyor. O zirvede Ukrayna Cumhurbaşkanı Zelenski de konuştu ve Avrupa ordusunun kurulması gerektiğini ifade etti. NATO'ya dair de mesajları vardı.
So the position of Erdogan is that Ukraine should be included, that Europe should be included, so that's good.
Eğer bu koşullar olmazsa Ukrayna'da yeni bir NATO kurulması için koşullar oluşmalı dedi. Ateşkes konusunda ise...
One second, what?
NATO'ya dair de mesajları vardı. Eğer bu koşullar olmazsa Ukrayna'da yeni bir NATO kurulması için koşullar
I don't know how, because this is Haber, so this is, right-wing media. I don't know how fucking accurate this is, but what she just said is that Erdogan said that not only is he on the side of Ukraine, but that there should be a new NATO born in Ukraine if America keeps doing what it's doing. And, I don't know how credible this is, but that would be, interesting at least.
oluşmalı dedi. Ateşkes konusunda ise arkamızdan varılan anlaşmaları kabul etmeyiz. O masada biz de olmalıyız dedi. Arkamızdan varılan için koşullar oluşmalı dedi. Ateşkes konusunda ise arkamızdan varılan anlaşmaları kabul etmeyiz.
We're not going to abide by deals that were done behind our back at all. We don't care.
O masada biz de olmalıyız.
Kind of very based, yeah.
I really believe that time has come.
Avrupa Silahlı Kuvvetleri'nin kurulma zamanının geldiğini düşünüyorum.
We know what you said. We're gonna watch Zelensky on Meet the Press in a bit anyway. I just want to know what, I want to get a vibe for the Turkey mentality. Yeah, well, I'm gonna check a couple other channels. I'm just checking Media Bias Fact Check right now on whether where this fits on the spectrum. Okay, so Hürriyet is Haber is owned by Hürriyet. So this shit's full on right wing mixed factuality. Love that. More from the story. Wow, almost all of them are the same right wing news. Here's that one.
Emekli Büyükelçi İYİ Parti Uluslararası İlişkiler Başkanı Ahmet Erozan'la konuşalım istedik. O bölgeyi de en iyi bilen isimlerden biri.
So many of you are probably
Ahmet Bey,
bored right now.
Merhaba, iyi akşamlar dilerim.
Çok teşekkürler. Ya bu kadar parçalı yapıdan bu savaş biter mi?
Hayır, burada...
He said, do you think that a fucked up plan like this could actually end the war, and then he laughed. So that's their take on it.
Bir barış çıkmaz. Yani bizim
Simply Steve,
böyle
I
savaş ve barış
really wanted
kelimeleriyle
to.
ifade edilecek bir çözüm olmayacaktır kısa vadede.
Yeah, no, Turkey, like, this is a different news channel as well. I think this one might be left wing. Hold on. Sözcü, bias fact check. So Sözcü is, come on. I'm just going to go ahead and assume it's all right wing. Whatever. Turkey has made big gains in the Black Sea since the start of the war, and I don't think they want Russia to ever take Odessa. They don't. But at the same time, like, Turkey does dealings with Russia. Turkey has played both sides for the entirety of this war. Coherence Kims, I was not expecting this from Turkey. Could be a setup and later Turkey rug pulls to help Putin. It could be, but I don't think that serves Turkey's, like, benefit. So what Erdogan wants, what Turkey wants, is one, to have closer ties with Europe. They want to be in the European Union, and all of the Europeans, every time I mention it, like, oh, they'll never be in the EU because they love to feel like they're better than Turkey. They want Iran to have less influence. They want Israel to have less influence, and they want to be the regional hegemon, as they were for, you know, a long time, because crossroad of the world, Asia to Europe, like the Silk Road and all that, as well as being one of the only methods to get into the Black Sea from the Mediterranean, actually the only method, other than flying. So I see them in a stuck between a rock and a hard place, because if you side with Europe and NATO, then you are now like the largest threat to Russia, and you are very close to Russia. And you share, like, water with them. You know, there are boats there. But at the same time, if Turkey was to side with Russia, this would be signing their own death warrant. It would be short-term gain for a long-term loss. And the thing that scares me is that a lot of times, at least in our modern society, the global leaders tend to take short-term gain for long-term loss as the option that they choose. It's just a matter of, like, the hate. Like, Russia hates Turkey. Americans hate Turkey. Like, Turkish people aren't white. I'm not white, apparently. But I don't know how much this actually is part of the equation for them. Most sane countries don't want to normalize hostile takeovers of neighboring countries. Well, that's the thing. Sane countries is kind of hard to come by these days. Turkey's decision could go either way. But so far, like, seeing this on the news would be, like, this is hopeful on right-wing media, nonetheless, even.
Ama en azından ben şöyle bir tabir kullanmaya başladım yakın bir tarihte. Biz böyle biliyorsunuz bir soğuk savaş dönemi geçirdik. Epey eski bir
We've been in, like, a Cold War era.
hikayedir ama hala kelime kafalarımızda var. O soğuk savaşın yerine bir sıcak barış dönemine gidiyoruz biz şimdi.
Sıcak barış dönemine. So he's saying we're going from a Cold War to a hot friendship era. As in, like, it's going to be hot war while these countries are changing alliances and forming new alliances. That's what the take from Ahmet Erdoğan, who is emekli büyükçe. He's a retired politician. Would you say that Turkey can only fly short distances? No, Turkey can fly 7,000 kilometers an hour. Turkey wants to be part of the EU, and they'll be keeping that in mind. Exactly. So, like, I think that they might be leaning towards the European side, which is absolutely essential. Without Turkey or Germany, Europe's fucked. Now, maybe if you lose one, but not the other, but it's a big risk. It's kind of fucked. Coherence screams, I love Turkey. If you saw my YouTube feed, you would find some turkey kebab street vendor vids. I can't get enough. God damn, I miss Turkish food. I miss, like, eating food in Turkey. It's always delicious. Zach, would you have been an Ottoman? I don't know how any of that area works. Well, I'll show you. Because, funny enough, you know, like, people love to make the historical land claims, but... That's not the full map. Give me the actual map, you liars. I mean, this is a bit dated, but it'll do. Oh, cool, I can actually change the dates. So, show all. I want the entire map. Basically, that's Turkey, right around here. Still Turkey. Now, this is all Saudi Arabia. Give me the longest map. Okay, so basically we had quite a large portion of the region. I would say, well, that's Belgorod, so we absolutely, definitely had part of Ukraine. So you know what? Ukraine is Turkish. Wait, Belgorod is in Ukraine, right? I'm not being incredibly stupid. No, it's Serbia. God damn, I am being stupid. Okay, never mind. Well, we had vassal states near them, so that's fine. We own them. That's close enough. It's close enough. Don't need it to go too much further. Turkey has the seat of Roman power for like 1,000 years. Kind of weird to not include them. I mean, who really cares about the Romans these days except for the Nazis, Solitaire? Headless Chicken, good to see you. I made it out of surgery alive. Recovery has been rough, and I promise to let you all know. I'm glad that you made it out. I'm glad your surgery, like, went all right. I'm sorry that it's been rough. Glad to see you, and I hope, like, it gets easier over time. Like, I hope you get better quickly. I wish you quick healing and health. Jungler Wind, the Turkish guy that lives in my sleepy little Irish town, are a great bunch of lads. They do tend to be funny. Coherent screams, could NATO speed run adding Turkey and Ukraine? Well, NATO can't add Ukraine because part of the criteria to join NATO is that you can't have a border dispute. But Turkey, yeah, that's a lot of birthright. Yeah, a little bit. So, like, they could add Turkey to the EU, but NATO is in Turkey is in NATO. Turkey is the largest military in NATO after the United States. That's why they're so important.
And diplomats. This week, there is a dawning realization rippling across the continent that the world they find themselves in now is very different to the world of just 7 days ago. And the moment we're told that has crystallized this for them was the Munich Security Conference at the end of last week. Not the big...
All right, let's have a look at this. The least nationalist Turkish player. I feel like this is going to be loud.
This message from Muhammad Khanaqin for President Kurdistan. No more Turkey.
Why the brain rot, mate? Why the brain rot? Yes, Turkey wants to take over the world. I mean, to be fair, I would too. Was that a carbon fiber tie? Who the fuck knows? Couldn't they just break the NATO rules and add Ukraine anyway? America is still technically in NATO, so no. Until we kick America out. It's caring about Roman more than the region is... I mean, you're not wrong, Solitaire.
Set piece speeches by the likes of J.D. Vance, the US Vice President.
And yes, Coherent screams, Turkey is in NATO.
Countless smaller conversations that politicians, diplomats were having on the corridors and side rooms with members of Donald Trump's team. What they heard, they told us, was a unified message, that this wasn't just hyperbole, that Donald Trump's vision of the world is very different to anything they've heard from the US president since the formation of NATO in 1949. The problem they face now is that, well, to spend more on defence, that money's got to be found from somewhere. That's not just a problem in the UK, but across Europe. And second of all, you might decide today that you want to spend more on defence.
So here's where it really comes down to whether or not they're willing to sacrifice some of their wealth, as in the wealth of the rich of Europe, because that money has to come from somewhere, and America is not going to be a main trading partner for a lot of Europe. We keep putting new tariffs on shit. Europe needs to develop new internal trade systems between its own countries, between... Turkey would be a great option here because that would facilitate trade to parts of the East. They're like, the money side of this is rough because at the same time, a lot of their weapons and like hardware would also come from US contractors. There are some, the Europeans all need to they need to start producing much more weapons as well, but they might even need to nationalize some industry to manage this. That won't happen before it gets to like crisis level. They will never do that until it's literally a crisis, likely too late. Yes, Canada is in NATO. By the way, like we have Five Eyes as well, which is Canada, the US, the UK, Australia, New Zealand, which is, you know, where Pine Gap comes from. Well, I mean, they work with Pine Gap.
Acquiring defence equipment and training personnel takes a lot of time. And despite what we've heard from the summit that was hastily organised today, what we haven't heard from anyone is how they solve either of those two problems.
There are ways to do this. Well, like you can solve the problems of what was the first one again? It was money and
among EU continent that the world they find themselves in now is very different to the world of just 7 days ago. And the moment we're told that has crystallised this for them was the Munich Security Conference at the end of last week. Not the big set-piece speeches by the likes of J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, but the countless smaller conversations that politicians, diplomats were having on the corridors and side rooms.
It's not that easy, long leg Homo sapien.
What they heard, they told us, was a unified message, that this wasn't just hyperbole.
I do like the unified message.
Vision of the world is very different to anything they've heard from the US president since the formation of NATO in 1949.
Damn, they even got Maloney to agree. I really am happy with that outcome. I mean, if you have access to fiat currency, can you not central bank print your way into paying for your weapons and stuff? No one there can create dollars, but are euros any good? Well, first of all, like there is massive economic instability right now. But secondly, like I said, a lot of those military contractors that Europe does business with are American military contractors. They need to develop industry in Europe that creates more. Like Germany has some, right? We need we need the UK, we need France, we need Spain, all of Europe to start producing their own weapons, not buying from other countries. I've read the NATO Charter in full, and there's nothing about territorial integrity. There's just stuff about lands, not North America. That's because it was added later, Lord Fluffy Art. But like those restrictions are in place now. Like they still count. And yes, like we've been doing this for so long, everyone is already so much debt that any new fiat printing will likely drive inflation even more crazy, and inflation kills economies. What is the inflation rate in like European countries? European countries inflation rate. I mean, to be fair, they're not looking all that bad. January of 2025. Give me the highest. Turkey has the highest inflation rate in Europe, which, by the way, is down quite a bit. That's nice. That was like 200% last year when I went there. Got to live like royalty by having American dollars. Ukraine has the second highest inflation rate, then Russia, then Moldova, then Hungary. Poland, that one makes sense because they have done exactly what you said, at least to an extent. Belarus with the Russians. No, like most of Europe seems to be doing great with their inflation. 2.3 for Germany. The EU is at 2.7. Anything under a 3 is excellent. Well, not anything. Anything between 2 and 3 is excellent because you don't want 0% inflation. You don't want anything too low, in fact. So like this is good. This is some positive information. Don't forget money and energy are needed to produce equipment. With Russia and the US off the table, Europe has some serious energy issues if that happened. They need to move more into, I mean, they've been already moving into trying to do more renewables and some more nuclear power. But like they have to work on this shit quickly. That's what I'm saying. Like they have a lot of different variables that they need to sort out so they can sort out the issues before we fucking invade them. Turkey has some very curious economic policies too. Yeah, their inflation rate went up that high because after COVID, when everyone else raised interest rates to lower inflation, Erdogan went out and said that that the interest rate thing is a conspiracy theory and that it's not real. And instead of raising interest rates, he cut interest rates and then he cut them even more. And then people couldn't afford anything, so then he was giving people money. He was buying Turkish lira with foreign currency to keep the Turkish lira up instead of having it crash. Like their economy crashed. It seems like it's at least improving now, at least. All right, I'll be back in a second. I gotta pee again. Sorry. I'm back. Peeing is racist? I did run an ad. I tried it that time. I actually remember. Did the ad not run? Oh, damn it. I've been saying for a couple days, I was like, next time I do that, I need to run an ad. I need to run an ad. I need to see if it works. And I clicked the button. Don't know if it did. By the way, guys, please make sure to go and drop a like on the YouTube stream. And also a sub. That would be great. Europe has coal if it needed it, but it doesn't. The USA will sell the ING because money. I don't know. Look, Europe can deal with its energy issues without having to trade with the US. I actually think that everyone should be embargoing the US right now. Like, there should be Russian levels of embargoes placed upon the United States to crash our economy. Coherent screams, to be honest, Turkey stepping up to replace the USA if USA abandons Ukraine just might keep USA helping Ukraine. Would not be the first time an American president flip-flopped. I don't think that we have the choice, Coherent Scream. Like, I don't think we have the options now. Whether or not, like, it's blackmail or whether it's money or whatever it is, like we are agents of Russia and China. Europe can buy more weapons from South Korea. I'm curious how South Korea is going to fare with where they end up on the alliance chart here, because this is like a full shift in global, like, alliance structure. LNG even, yeah. Gonna crash now, would have a good one. Thanks, Zach. Have a good night. Canada can be selling LNG to Europe. No, that's a good point, because Canada is like, we buy a lot of shit from Canada. We buy like 70% of our crude oil from Canada, and Canada, after we declared like the tariffs, before we backed out of them for like the 30 days, plus they're going to come back, Canada started creating their own trade network with Mexico independently of ours, which was amazing. I want that to include like South America, but yes, Canada could trade with Europe and sell them fuel, plus Australia, because Australia, weirdly, Peter Dutton, like our new Führer, the guy who's going to win the next election here, from the Liberals, he said, like, you know, Australia stands with Ukraine, and that shocked me, because we are basically an American colony. We're worse off in that case than the UK is in some cases, but we'll see how that goes. Australia will almost certainly capitulate, though. I don't see Australia resisting United States control. South Korea is currently partnering with Poland to build a state-of-the-art tank factory in Poland. Fucking based! Do you use OBS or Streamlabs or something else to do with Twitch? I use Streamlabs. But I hit the button on my Stream Deck, so maybe next time I should just hit it in Twitch directly. Might be a good idea. Alright, let's keep going. So, this is some good stuff, though. Like, the things that we're hearing out of these conferences are positive in that world leaders are seeming to take this seriously. Not as seriously as I would like them to, but, I mean, they're not just blindly ignorant to the fact that they are under threat now.
The problem they face now is that, well, to spend more on defence, that money's got to be found from somewhere. That's not just a problem in the UK, but across Europe. And second of all, you might decide today that you want to spend more on defence, but acquiring defence equipment and training personnel takes a lot of time. And despite what we've heard from the summit that was hastily organised today, what we haven't heard from anyone is how they solve either of those two problems.
There's various ways to go about this.
In Paris. Well, in the last few minutes,
like we said, trade with Canada is a great option there.
Has spoken in Paris. Here's what he said.
And Mexico.
To consider committing British forces on the ground alongside others if there is a lasting peace agreement. But there must be a US backstop.
Wait. That doesn't track. Said considering committing British forces on the ground if there is a peace deal? What?
Alongside others if there is a lasting peace agreement. But there must be a US backstop, because a US security guarantee is the only way to effectively deter Russia from attacking Ukraine.
It is the international test of Keir Starmer's leadership so far. How can the UK help bring about...
Give me the fucking conference. Here we go. I want to see him say it.
I think there's a bigger piece here as well, which is that this isn't just about the front line in Ukraine, it's the front line of Europe and of the United Kingdom. It's about our national security. And I think that we need to do more, we need to step up.
And stepping up is what Starmer is asking Europe to do. With diverging opinions on military spending, security needs are clashing with opposition on how that funding is.
It's still good. Their numbers might not be all that high, but first of all, again, this is Britain, and the other side would be Russia. Like, I mean, assuming that we don't also invade Europe instead of invading Canada instead, which we might do, but this is pretty, this could do a lot. Dan So Sup, just got done with my debate, left you the link in the Discord. Based, I can't wait to watch that. Guys, definitely go join the Discord and go into the advertise your content section and watch out for Dan Ditso's debate. You were debating what, a Trump supporter about South America and like human civil rights, right? Like I can see you just annihilating this person.
Is to be met. With the UK outside of the European Union, Starmer may hope that it can act as a bridge between the bloc and the Trump administration.
Oh no, no!
While the EU is continuing its bitter row with the US over tariffs.
No. Good old Al Jazeera, let me know if they copyright strike you while I'm hearing about doing that. Like literally all of my videos get copyrighted.
The UK is struggling to maintain
then you win
the
that
often touted
easily.
special relationship with its transatlantic ally to a merely functional one. What the US wants is for Europe to spend more on defense.
That's important, actually. The fact that, like, maintaining the special relationship
transatlantic ally.
That special relationship is dead. I've seen other European, British officials saying so. I just don't want them to try on both sides this.
More on defense, prompting the UK's Prime Minister to publicly pledge further commitment in a newspaper article, urging more effort be made from European
yes, but what did he
allies.
say?
In it, Starmer wrote of a once-in-a-generation moment for the collective security for Europe, not just for Ukraine. He also urged European nations to increase defence spending and even said he would be willing to see British troops on the ground if necessary.
Okay, so what it also means that be ready and willing to contribute to security guarantees to Ukraine by putting our own troops on the ground if necessary. Okay, so only to security guarantees while trying to make a peace deal. But that still does count because that could be interpreted in a lot of different ways. Like this could mean if the US makes a peace deal, we'll put British soldiers there to stop it from happening again. Or it could mean if the requirement for peace is that Europe and British soldiers specifically are occupying bits of Ukraine to stop the war from continuing, then so be it. It could mean either of these things. I'm much more in favor of the latter, not the former, but reminder that the British started both world wars. That's not true. That's not true. The British were involved in both world wars, but the Germans started the second one, and the Germans also started the first one, I'm pretty sure. So, like, I don't know where you're getting that from.
Again.
Well, Hannah Neumann is a German MEP from the Green Party, which is part of Germany's governing coalition. She sits on the Security and Defence and Foreign Affairs Committees of the European Parliament. What was the point of this meeting when the real talk is going on in Saudi Arabia?
Well, first of all, good evening.
What's up,
from
Barbara Lynn?
Brussels to you and all
I'm
those.
Bogotan, like, I'm gonna regret this, but give me a citation. Show me why you believe this, because it's factually incorrect.
Well, first of all, good evening from Brussels to you and all those that are listening in or watching in. I think it was crucial after the events that have overtaken one the other last week with announcements on Thursday, Friday on the security conference that we as...
The First World War was started because of Serbian extremists that went and killed a Austrian-Hungarian duke that like fucked up in the Baltics and shit. Like the First World War happened because of intertwined military defense pacts all over Europe. The Second World War, Germany just did it. Like, how the fuck could you say that like the UK is responsible for both world wars? Are you kidding?
Europeans, including UK, send a clear signal of where we stand. which is united, what our
If the
demands
AfD
are,
wins,
which
we're
is
cooked.
to sit at the table. Because if I listen to the colleagues from the US at the Munich Security Conference, we have received a lot of very different messages. And I think in all of this
I would
chaos,
imagine
it is
so,
good
yeah.
that the European Union and UK send a clear message what their position is. And that was the intention today, I think, coming out of this meeting in Paris.
It's only united up to a point, though, isn't it? I mean, you know, is Germany, for example, prepared to even match what Keir Starmer is saying?
No, they're not, by the way. Germany has said, no, we don't want to put troops on the ground because Germany, at least liberals in Germany, have to make sure that everything is perfect and they act incredibly slowly. They will never actually do anything in a moment of necessary action until it's an extreme or it's too late. They want to be sure that they won't do anything wrong. That's not what the British didn't set this up. This was a system of alliances between countries in general. Like, every country had a defense pact with every other country. The British had nothing to do with that. It was, this person might declare war on me. We need a defense pact. And then everyone did it. And everyone was then interconnected. So when one country went to war with another country, then everyone got pulled in. But, like, that's why. It wasn't, the British set none of that up. Where are you getting this from, Ambugutan? Please explain. Where are you getting this from? This meeting in Paris was not on the menu last Monday. Hastily called meeting. This was the Paris meeting from Monday, but like it's a summit that's lasting all week. So we're not. I'm shocked that we're not getting direct live streams of the summit. But like I suppose since it is like world leaders talking in like closed doors, like they obviously wouldn't want cameras there. But I figured that there would be like press conferences and all this stuff after. It was like NATO, but decentralized. Yes, Camel. It was decentralized NATO-esque military alliances that when one country went to war, they all got pulled into it. Had nothing to do with England.
About increased defense spending and putting peacekeepers on the ground in Ukraine.
America's the Fourth Reich.
I would say at the moment.
Ambugutan, America's the Fourth Reich. What do you have against NATO? Are you just here because you love Russia? Are you a Russia stan? Let me check what other messages you've put in before. I'm gonna check your logs real quick. Well, I see you've been banned before. Yeah. You are an idiot. Cool. Good to know. You're not a troll, but you're not smart. Isn't this kind of saying like anyone who declares war on a country that has an alliance is not at fault? It's a stupid mentality. Are Berlin tribling European elites close enough, I say? Well, yeah, you could. But they were certainly excited for about what was about to happen. That may be the confusion Ambugutan has. Oh yeah, like, I'm not saying that they weren't happy that this happened. Like, they were, but they didn't do it. I'm literally calling for Europe and NATO to come together to kick America out of NATO and then work against them. No, it's not an argument. I'm just calling you stupid because you're stupid. If I wanted to argue with you, I'd argue with you.
Four things are quite clear all across the European Union, and this includes Germany. The first one, there will be no negotiations on the future of European security and the future of Ukraine without Ukraine and the European Union on the
Camel, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Ambugutan.
table. And on this, we stand next to each other, step
That's the trouble.
and we will continue to do that.
There literally are negotiations going on.
Come on, how is that supposed to work? And even Trump should know that. You can't say, basically, Trump and Putin make a deal and the Europeans have to pay for it. That's not going to work. And even Mark Rubio...
Did he manage to get Mexico to pay for the wall? No, he didn't, obviously.
Announced today that whenever there will be serious negotiations, of course, Europe is going to say that.
The other thing that's going to come out of this, at least I hope that it does, is that Europe is going to start having closer ties with China. Almost certainly. It has to. Because a lot of that, like, where is that money going to come from, right, was the question. They need to form new trading relationships within Europe amongst each other, but also with Canada and Mexico. But I think all of this will just lead Europe to have closer economic relations with China. Because some of that, like, they need a place to get weapons from. They need somewhere to buy shit and sell shit to, a new export market that can get rid of their reliance on America. Now, America buys a lot of shit, So they're going to need a couple different variants of this. But Canada, Mexico, and China are probably the 3 places that they'll try to form trade relationships with. I would also think maybe like South America, like Brazil, but that might be too far. I don't know. What's up, Suckle Dragon? Yeah, they need a powerful ally, United States. We just dropped them. Good guy, Dari, can I send my heart out to you? Yeah, of course, I send my heart out to you. See, the autism can be controlled. You know, my arm wanted to go out like that, but I could stop it. China's broke, they don't have any money? I don't think that's true.
Important we fight for that. It's clear that we need to increase European defense spending and defense spending in all member states. I think that one is also very clear. And it is quite clear that if certain things are needed to secure a peace deal, if ever there is a good peace deal on the table, of course, Germany and all the other EU member states will play their part, but the US also has to play theirs.
Again, depending on whether or not the AfD wins, because if the AfD wins, then we're all kind of fucked. It'll be up to the rest of Europe and to the UK, and if the AfD wins, then reform will 100% win in the UK, and then there's no shot. Like, there is no shot. The only other shot then would be South American Revolution, which would be based. But
what is that you
thoughts on the AfD's percentage chance of winning? Well, let's check the polls. I feel like they're not going to win outright majority, but they're going to win enough to require a coalition. And that coalition will be with the Conservatives, who up until this point have not worked with the AfD. Their voters get very mad at them for working with the AfD. But I think this time they would. Not laws. I know the chances of AfD forming coalition is very low. I don't agree with that. I think maybe that changes. I did hear the polls were moving because of Trump's recent shit. Well, Die Linke has gone up quite significantly. If you can have a look. Die Linke went up from 3% to 7%. It was 6 yesterday even. The Greens have started to shift down. I think that's people shifting from the Greens to Die Linke. SDP remaining pretty steady, but AfD, like, it seems like it's pretty much on the rise, whereas the Conservatives keep falling. We have until Sunday. So I don't know. It's gonna be close. The AfD, I believe, will form a coalition if they win with the Conservatives. I think that regardless of how much their voters get mad about it, they'll do it. Arberlin being above 5% matters, so that's good, as in bad for AfD and others. Yes, that's really good that Die Linke is at 7%. Actually should reach out to one of my German friends and see her thoughts on the subject later. But, like, yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, last 6 months wise, it's been pretty consistent. Last 3 years wise, Jesus, wow. AfD dropped to really low and then went up quite high just in this year. Like, middle of the year, AfD was at its lowest point of the year, and then by the end of the year, it's at its highest. That's insane. AfD's, no, too easy, yeah. No, AfD's nuts. I do like that. I'm going to use that.
US part. I mean, what does a security guarantee mean when that's precisely what America is really trying
scary,
to withdraw
though, you know?
from?
We need them to win.
Well, I think that
Germans,
is the discussion
please
that is
vote.
happening right now.
And not
the
for
US
AfD.
has sent out questionnaires to EU member states, I assume also to the UK, asking what each and every one can commit and what kind of commitment they would need from the US side. And that will be a solid base to discuss actual security guarantees, also in line with the demands of Ukraine. And of course, it will depend on what the final peace deal, if there is one, with Russia will be, what is needed, if it's troops on the ground, if it's a strengthening of the defense.
In a policy dubbed the firewall, parties have a consensus not to team up with the AfD, which is under surveillance by the German Domestic Intelligence Service. This is a pact shuts out any coalition government after the election. I know. I was saying that. And I think that it will still happen. Because there's been several instances where the Conservatives have wanted to work with the AfD. Wasn't there one recently where they voted along the same lines and, like, they had a justification for it, saying, like, oh, well, you know, just because, like, the wrong people also agree with the right decision doesn't mean that it's not the right decision. I don't remember what that vote was even on, but I do remember that there was a lot of discourse on the AfD and Conservatives working together there. Trust me, it will happen. There's nothing that you think cannot happen, is not bound by any law. Everything that you're thinking, oh, well, this can't happen. Oh no, people would stop this. Oh, this would not happen in this country. All of that shit, throw it out at your brain. Everything can happen. Just in the last month, we watched the US get couped and overthrown. Twice, actually. Everything is on the table. There's literally, they could just make you wear swastikas again in 3 months. That's a possibility. Who the fuck knows? Because there are no rules anymore. The world, order of law and order has just disappeared. It's gone. None of that is on the table anymore. It broke a year ago, and it's just in the bin now. There's no chance of that. Everything is possible. Every horrible thing you can imagine is 100% possible.
Industry in Ukraine, if it is NATO membership, which is still on the table, if it is security guarantees in the form of
democratically elected, just like Hitler was.
Article 42, we will have to see. I mean, for me, the announcement of Keir Starmer might be a brave one, but it's step 6 when we are not even at step 1 right now. So I would rather say we will commit as all other EU member states will commit if the US commits. But what exactly is the content of this commitment?
Wait, so if the US commits?
At step 1 right now. So I would rather say we will commit as all other EU member states will commit if the US commits. But what exactly is the content of these commitments will have to be seen.
I mean, just briefly though, are you prepared to back German defense spending going above 2%? I mean, you're struggling even to get to 2%. So where would you set it?
We have to do more than the 2%. We have to do 3% for sure.
I would go with 5, but I mean, that's up to you. Poland's at 5.
Maybe it even has to go up to 3.5, but that's why we have to look at our debt break rules, where we as Greens have been very clear. The Social Democrats have also been very clear. We have seen the Conservatives more blocking that spending on defense needs to be exempted from the debt break, and we really need to step up.
Hannah Neumann, thank you very much indeed for your time. Well, joining me now is the Conservative MP.
That's pretty terrifying.
Tom Tugendhat, a former security minister and former army officer who served in both Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yeah, Poland's aim is to have the largest standing army in Europe. That's because they keep getting fucked around with by Russia. And wasn't Russia sending migrants through their border, as a military action? Not even exaggerating? They're massively revamping their military since full-scale invasion. Well, everyone who is intelligent is terrified, and rightfully so, because, again, like I said, the next, right now, there are 150,000 Russian troops sitting in Belarus. We're pulling out US troops from Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. Now, where are these 150,000 Russian troops going to go? Well, they could go south to Kiev. But they could go to Poland, they could go to Lithuania, they can go to Latvia, they can go to Estonia. Russia wants all of these countries. They openly say they want all these. They say that these countries are theirs, in fact. I would be pretty smart. If I was smart, I would be pretty worried, is what I meant to say. What do you think about NATO? I think that it is a flawed system that could have been done better, but at the moment should be changed to integrate to the New World Order. South would be suicidal. Ukraine's northern defenses are very strong. Yes, which is why the likely answer is the Baltics. That's what they're going to do. They're going to invade one of the Baltic states. My guess would be on Lithuania. Because then if you cut off Lithuania, then the other two are cut off from the rest of Europe, closer to Russia, easier to take in. You're just kind of cutting them off at the end of the road and then pulling them back that way.
Afghanistan. What do you make of the idea of Britain committing to the principle of peacekeepers on the ground without much more detail?
Well, good evening, Chris. Look, first of all, it's a little.
This
bit
is World
too
War III
soon
shit. Just so you guys understand, this is World War III shit. Like I said before, the leaders of Europe are having an emergency summit on security. America is meeting with Russia in Saudi Arabia. We had India come over and hang out with us for a while, a little bit before. China's perfectly happy. Then we have Israel, who came and is now this is the definition of the New World Order. This is what they're building. All of the QAnon conspiracy shit is just what they wanted to do. You understand that, right? I keep saying this. Every accusation is a confession, and every like actual bit of fact that is in that, every kernel of fact, is a threat.
Certain exactly what that means. Are these peacekeepers or peace enforcers? How many troops are you talking about? Are they guarding a line that's agreed, or are they trying to impose a line that hasn't been? So there's an awful lot of questions still to ask before we get there. But even in the most peaceful circumstances, you're talking, the estimates that I've read, between 100,000 and 150,000 troops. Now, if you're assuming that this is a sustained operation, so you've got to number every number that you commit, you've got to multiply it by 3 to make sure you can sustain it. That means Britain would be, frankly, pretty hard-pressed to do more than 5,000 troops or so. Now, that's clearly not enough. So
it is very much not enough. Oh, look. Just in, from more Nazi accounts, J.D. Vance says Zelensky will regret bad-mouthing President Trump. Like, this is where we are, guys. Understand that. It's sad because Russia is on the ropes in Ukraine, literally on the downtrend from their peak manpower and experience. Russia is getting their fucking ass kicked. And I've said this for a while. This was their only win condition. This was the only win condition. Is World War III what you're worried about happening if the AFD wins? No, I think World War III is happening regardless of if the AFD wins. It's just if the AFD loses, the war might go on for a bit longer because Europe might have an ability to actually defend itself. Maybe.
Where are you getting the other 100, 150,000 from?
As we're learning, like it's quite difficult to get Europe to be able to defend itself, let alone like move troops to another country. So we'll see.
Enough. So where are you getting the other 100, 150,000 from?
Well, what's your guess?
Well, I'm afraid I can't answer the question, Chris. I mean, the reality is what we're dealing with here is a simple fact, which is if you don't spend enough on defense over many years, if you don't invest in your own strategic and foreign policy capabilities, you know, you're hard pressed to complain when those who do, like the United States, set the agenda and change the tones. Now, look, I'm not going to pretend that I particularly like the tone.
I'm not a fan of that bulletproof bullet, but I do think that that's a good outcome. Again, like I think trade-wise, Europe starting to build more trade relations directly with Canada, with Mexico, in like that part of the world, and also China would be quite important. And Europe needs to keep Turkey happy. Like Europe needs to just bring Turkey into the EU if you guys want like a chance to live. Because if Turkey flips to the Axis powers, Europe's cooked. Sorry. Without Turkey on your side, even if AFD loses and Reform loses in Europe, like Labour wins and I don't know, even the Die Linke fucking wins. I don't give a fuck. If the Greens win, whatever, in Germany, regardless, any of that, take best possible conditions without Turkey and Europe loses. You need Turkey. I can't say I'm much of a fan. Europe and China both have a lot of green farmland. Both have had terrible wars. Do you think Europe would be willing to use its nukes if it were actually a World War III situation? Look, nukes don't exist to be used. Nukes exist to be threatened to be used. Once nukes are used, that's a whole other level. We're not on that level yet. No idea why Europe doesn't. Like Erdogan is annoying, but this is older. Europe just doesn't like Turkey because they're not white enough. It's the Muslim. It's like the Islamophobia, racism bullshit. Turkey's playing both sides to great effect for years. And as we said, but right now, like just yesterday, Zelensky was in Turkey talking with Erdogan. Erdogan saying that there is no possible peace deal that can be made without Ukraine being involved. That America making decisions without Europe and Ukraine involved in them. Turkey will not abide by them. We'll ignore them. Fuck that shit. We support Ukraine. So right now, at the very least, which can change later, they're leaning on that end. Turkey is fucking critical. Make them part of the EU and guarantee they stay on your side, because this is going to turn into a hot war, and Turkey is going to be one of the main targets. Again, second biggest military in NATO following the United States. The United States is basically out of NATO. We're still in it, but we're not going to abide by it. So you need Turkey because A, they are the ones that control the canal that allows you to go from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea. Russia needs this canal and its access. Turkey would be a massive target in they would be one of the first countries attacked if this actually continues on the way that it goes and Turkey sided with Europe. Whereas if Turkey sides with like Russia and America, Europe is fucked. There's literally nothing you can do at that point. France has the first strike doctrine, for example. I do know that. I think that they would use it. I think France would use the first strike doctrine. They would fire off a nuclear weapon, but they would need a great reason for it. Like, I don't think European countries are at all interested in using nuclear weapons, which is good. We don't want them used anyway. If, like, I don't know, America nukes Serbia, I don't know, Serbia would be on the other side. I don't know, if America nukes Portugal, then okay, then maybe they're on the table. I want a Europe capable of fighting wars, but I think this will swing right around to Europe being comfortable with rolling over other countries. I fear that that would be the case too. The entire world is moving to the right one way or the other. But yeah, look, Europe needs economic ties with countries like China and Canada to get this, to make this a possibility, to increase their defense spending up to at least 3%, ideally 5%. This is kind of what's required. It's not the end of the world. It's the end of the world order, unless you're talking about nuclear weapons, because that's a whole other thing. And, you know, we don't want to think about that. That's not where this is headed, right? Nobody wants to end the world. None of these people do. They want to own the world. So keep that out of your mind for now. Like, it's not a worry.
Heard, but the reality is the Americans have been spending and we haven't, and that means that they can choose and we can't.
Right. So, I mean, well, what's the solution to this? Because obviously, the last time we saw peacekeeping, in a meaningful sense,
I mean, you can keep it in your mind, but you're just gonna doom. No money in nuclear war. Exactly. What does nuclear war get me? Nothing. Nothing. I can't even. If I nuke the country, then what do I get out of it? I don't get to take that land. There's resources in that country that I want. Like, we could nuke Canada to fucking annex it as America, but that would go against the entire point. I think they will go through great lengths to secure that, but Putin hasn't fired any nukes, so he's just pussyfooting. Putin will not fire any nukes. This is why I kept saying we need to push into Europe, into Russia. I want NATO soldiers marching into Russia and taking Moscow. They will not fire a nuke.
Balkans, and Britain got tied up in all sorts of knots, along with
it's too late now, obviously,
forces over the rules of engagement as to when they could fire back, under what circumstances, and what they were doing there. So when we talk about an American security guarantee, are we saying that if European forces were to come
under as bad as if it's an airburst, long leg Homo sapien, but you're right.
Attack, we would need the Americans to say, we will come to the rescue?
Well, Grish, that's a really good question, and it's one that I simply can't answer at the moment. It doesn't sound like that's the sort of guarantee that President Trump would be giving. Or
we used to be a real country, guys. Like, we used to be the type of country that would coup other countries. Now we're the ones getting cooed, and the people cooing us are fucking 19-year-old Groyper 4chan incels. It's embarrassing. A guy named Big Balls is in charge of Doge, all right? Like, we could have just sent 6 dudes named Dave into Russia at night to just take out the Kremlin. The CIA could have done this. We could have done this back in the day. Hell yeah, we could have done this. Imagine if the West responded to the invasion of Ukraine like how we responded to the invasion of Kuwait. Based.
He gave it, would live up to, does it? I mean, I've got no further information than what you've been able to glean from Munich, but frankly, it's not the kind of tone that I would be very confident of.
And if
countries like Poland,
would we be, if they don't give us that guarantee, would we be foolish to send troops to Ukraine?
No.
Well, I think it would be very unwise to send troops to Ukraine unless we know exactly what the commitment is. And at the moment, Keir Starmer is making...
Motherfucker, the commitment is to fight in the war. You are in a war. Pay attention. It's like the fact that we have been at war for like a month now, right? It's just people are having a hard time understanding this because there's not tanks rolling down the streets. There's not bombs being dropped from the sky. It's literally in your mind. It's an information war. But like, that is what it is. We're at war. Pay the fuck attention. Here, listen to them say it.
It's not really the same. Dana, we are waging a 21st century information warfare campaign against the left, and they are using tactics from the 1990s.
Pay the fuck attention. It is war. They have declared it. They're going to invade and kill you. They are killing us. Americans are being rounded up in the streets by the thousands. There is disease spreading everywhere, which, by the way, like, don't rule out the idea of a biological weapon being used by this administration. We might not use a nuke, but we're sure as hell not opposed to fucking generally weapons of mass destruction and or war crimes. We're totally in favor of that in this government, so don't forget to rule that one out. Sorry, not to rule that one out. But, like, the reason that everyone still acts as if this is normal, Europe is talking about how, like, oh, wait, maybe we can bring this back. There is no going back. There's no going back. We're too far gone. We can only go through now. We're not cooked. There is a way out of this, but you can't go back. You have to go through. Like, I need people to start waking up and accepting this.
Some rather vague promises that are going to lead others to make decisions off the back of things that he simply can't commit to. What does he mean by sending British troops to Ukraine at the moment? Does he mean sending a permanent force to enforce the treaties, or does he mean training the Ukrainians to keep their own border? I'm not at all clear what
their job is whatever they need to do there. That's their job.
And if the Americans aren't going to back us up, or depending on what he means by back us up, what does that mean? Does he think that effectively British troops are going to be a tripwire that sort of draws Ukraine into NATO? Because that again isn't clear. So look,
meanwhile, we have Alexander Dugin, fucking Kremlin propagandist, talking about how America should invade and annex Western Europe. This is a really dumb question, I'm sorry, but if NATO actually follows through and expels the US, do you think Trump would care and promise to follow Article 5? By the way, first of all, don't be sorry. Like, this is a much less dumb question than quite a lot of the questions I tend to get. Do you think Trump would cave in and promise to follow Article 5? No, I don't. I also don't think Trump has the ability to make those decisions. Erratic cookie. Like, I don't think that he is capable of making those decisions.
Look, I think that the UK should stand with Ukraine, but actually at this moment, we should be learning from Ukraine. Ukraine has gone from having almost no defense industry to producing 100,000 drones a month. Here in the UK, we still don't have the manufacturing capability that keeps ourselves armed, let alone keeping Europe safe.
So where should Britain's defence spending go, in your view? I mean, we just heard 3% there.
Look, I showed this earlier, but a bunch of you weren't here for it. Here, look, take a look again. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong one. Let's Meet the Press. Here we go. I want to show you what Russian state media is talking about right now in relation to all of this. Merton Esper, Trump wouldn't care. In fact, he probably, it's probably exactly what Trump would want. He wants out of NATO. Yeah, literally, that is it. He just wants out of NATO. But, here. Why not create a military coalition between Russia and America and divide Europe? Who needs it? We could. I think it's a great idea. To bring in Russian and American troops, and Europe won't have to defend itself from anyone. We'll set up our bases without a hitch at the usual points, Berlin, Paris, as in 1814. I think it's all nice and clear. Europe will immediately save money on the armed forces, on the military-industrial complex. They won't have to worry about anything. This is Russian state media. By the way, this is the same like media that had Tulsi Gabbard and what was his name? Jackson Hinkle on. I don't believe he makes any real decisions except bitching about his Air Force One planes. Yeah, he gets to make he's on the kids' table. Erratic cookie. I was thinking the same thing. I guess I'd be hoping to be wrong and the only one left with that thought. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, understand, right? If an oligarch pissed off Putin, what would happen to said oligarch? They would die. If Elon Musk pisses off Putin, what happens to him? Nothing. And again, if you didn't see this, this is from November of last year. I've shown this a couple times, but it really does show we're totally in the pocket. So Nikolai Patrushev is a Russian propagandist. Nikolai, let me just pull him up for you. Nikolai Patrushev, Russian politician. Open Wikipedia, come on. Russian politician, security officer, former intelligence officer, like FSB, Putin's inner circle, this dude. agreed that Trump, when he was still a candidate, quote, made many statements critical of destructive foreign domestic policies pursued by the current administration. In his future policies, including those on the Russian track, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump will rely on commitments to the forces that brought him to power rather than election pledges. Election campaign is over. To achieve success in the election, Donald Trump relied on certain forces to which he has corresponding obligations. As a reasonable person, he will be obliged to fulfill them. Like, this is it. That's it. That's the point. That's where we are. We're going to end democracy because the president... We ended democracy already, pre-breakfast spin. If you're talking about America, democracy's dead. Are you kidding me? Trump said yesterday that the courts don't matter. The law is now directly only whatever Donald Trump or the Attorney General say. That's it. Those are the only two people who get to decide what the law is, as of now.
There's a suggestion from a Green German MEP. Would you back that? Because it would mean more borrowing for Britain, wouldn't it?
Well, look, I always find these sort of numerical targets slightly meaningless. What I want to see is Britain able to defend herself and to keep up with
Where's
our
Batgaz
interests
when you need
overseas. Now, that means a massive...
I wish Batgaz was here for this section.
...investment in capabilities at home. Of course it does. But I'm afraid it also means dropping some of the things that we've worshipped at for far too long. You know, the reality is, are we honestly going to be projecting force all the way to East Asia on a regular basis? Or should we really be focused on the strategic threats to the UK and our interests in the region?
And see, that's what I mean. There's going to be closer ties with China because they're less worried about, like, I don't give a fuck about protecting the South China Sea anymore. Are you kidding me? We're not America's ally. We need to worry about Europe. You guys can deal with whatever the hell's happening in the Pacific. Let's get closer trade ties with China is what's going to come of this.
I think these are the kind of questions that this defence review that's being done at the moment needs to answer. And if we are going to answer those questions, that means taking some tough decisions on what we drop, not just what we buy.
Well, you said you weren't keen on what you heard from the Americans in Munich, and we heard the fury of Sir John Major this weekend on what he thinks is a threat to democracy. On the other hand, your party leader, Kemi Badenoch...
This kind of shit scares me. They sound exactly like the Democrats did. They're going to lose, man. AfD's going to sweep. They're gonna get the coalition. I know, no more dooming. No more dooming. It's just this guy is too much of a liberal for me. Let's try the next one.
Paris to Riyadh, where the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is due to hold talks with Russia's foreign minister tomorrow.
We already saw that.
Sergei Lavrov has already rejected the idea of Moscow making territorial concessions to Ukraine.
Of course.
Or involving Europe in future peace talks. And there's no invite for Ukraine's president, who's due in Saudi Arabia himself on Wednesday.
Notice how they say Russia giving territorial, whatchamacallit? God damn it.
Territorial
concessions to Ukraine. Russia would not be making territorial concessions to Ukraine. They would be giving Ukraine the land that they already annexed back. That's not a concession. That's I lost the war. That would have been the ideal. In fact, I would have given Ukraine Kursk too as like a fuck you, okay? Like this is what you get. You invade a country, you lose some of your shit. You understand how weak Russia is, right? Because it's been 3 years and the borders of the war have barely changed. The front lines have not shifted all that much. Ukraine barely had a military that was functional until we all started funding it. And Russia has been stuck like 3 miles out of their fucking border for 3 years now.
Interested in restoring full relations with the US. Our international editor, Lindsay Hilson, reports.
Frenemies.
God damn, that's
or maybe
loud.
Just friends. Russian television showcases 2 world leaders meeting the moment. Europe and Ukraine are so last year. Hence the Russian foreign minister's somewhat derisive
Why is
tone.
this so cringe?
The European philosophy hasn't gone anywhere, so I don't know what they would do at the negotiating table. If they're going to scheme with their cunning ideas about freezing the conflict, while actually intending, as is their custom, nature and habit, to continue the war, then why should we invite them at all?
Literally gaslighting, like peacemongers. Oh, what, you want to protect yourself from the invading army? Oh, you're such a warmonger. You're a war hawk. You want to... I get said this shit to me all the time, too. This is the same tactics the Nazis use. The only way that you deal with this is by not arguing with them. What kind of TMZ intro is that? Yeah, I know, it was ridiculous. You don't argue with them. You don't try and protect your moral superiority. You know that they're lying and they're gaslighting you. Just who cares? Like, oh well, if you're in favor of giving them weapons, then you want to continue war? What kind of like morality is that? War is bad, actually, and we should end war, says the guy who started the war. Like, fuck these people. Don't capitulate. And honestly, in certain contexts, double down. It's funny. Russia is running out of armored vehicles using Chinese 4x4 cars, motorcycles, civilian cars. They had to get fucking North Korea to help them. Do you understand how embarrassing it must be? Like, in reality, in not opposite world, it is very much embarrassing to have to ask North Korea for military help as a country like Russia. Like, that should have been ridiculed and continue to be ridiculed for all time. Russia has taken nearly all the Donbass. Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to take all of Ukraine in a second, and then probably some of the Baltics. We could have let Ukraine use the ATACMS missiles way earlier, because they made a huge impact. And remember, everyone's like, oh, but like, it'll start nuclear war. It'll start nuclear war. Fucking Putin threatens nuclear weapons at least once a week, and they fired every ATACMS missile they had. So no nuclear. It's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. Remember that like Orsham rocket, the like really crazy one that fires down several missiles? You know that they can't even make several of those. They're expensive. They don't have many, and they can't afford to use all that much. They're brand new. They're still building them. They're all new, old nuclear weapons. Probably won't even launch for like at least half of them. I could see a third of them just literally blow up in the silo. It is sad asking North Korea for help. It's humiliating. What's hilarious is that the Ukrainians in Kursk say even without vehicles, the Russians don't trust the Norks with vehicles. They perform better tactically and have better discipline than the Russians. Of course, because the Ukrainians are a real military that's been fighting for their own survival, whereas the Russians are a bunch of like teenagers and prisoners and gang members, whatever, like conscripted, like because they've ran out of regular conscripts. So now they're in prisons. They're looking at kids. Of course, the Ukrainians are better tactically disciplined, better tactically operating. Also, the fact that when they're in Kursk, the citizens in Kursk don't hate the Ukrainians. So, like, you know.
The US Secretary of State landed in Saudi Arabia today for bilateral talks on neutral ground about improving the US-Russian relationship, a necessary prelude, according to the Trump administration, to negotiations aimed at bringing an end to the war in Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
I can tell you that Donald Trump...
Yeah, see, I don't like calling them orcs. Not because, like, it's not funny. It is very funny. But I don't trust people to be smart enough to do it without also developing the type of mentality that leads people to behave like the Russians do. Zomi, if that makes sense. Like, it's funny, and I know what you mean by it. I know that you're not, like, literally dehumanizing people, but I don't trust the average person to use rhetoric like that as a joke and not actually start to believe it.
Trump is the only leader in the world that could potentially begin that process.
Trump is the only leader in the world whose dick that I suck every day, says Marco Rubio.
They have not been able to do so. When he ran in his campaign and he was elected
every
as
time
president,
you open my
one
mouth.
of his promises was he would work to bring an end to this conflict in a way that's sustainable and fair.
Coincidentally, the Ukrainian president was next door in the United Arab Emirates, the first step on a tour of the Middle East to drum up support. He knows that President Putin...
Yeah, but bulletproof bullet again, it's funny, but people are not smart enough to use it without developing the same mentality. Also, Canada. I'm really mad at you Canadians. I'm jealous. Y'all got bird flu vaccines. They got 500,000 bird flu vaccines. We don't even have bird flu vaccines in Australia yet. Is this Ivanka? Yeah, I think it might be.
The Middle East to drum up support. He knows that President Putin will regard even preliminary talks without Ukraine in the room as a diplomatic victory.
Ukraine is not participating. Ukraine knew nothing about it. Ukraine regards any negotiations on Ukraine without Ukraine as negotiations with no result.
Literally, yes. You can't negotiate with one of the two parties at war without the other party.
The Ukrainian foreign minister.
This would be like trying to get Hamas to like have a ceasefire with only Israel. Like no talking to Hamas in any way, shape, or form, just with Israel. That was the equivalent of what they're trying to do here. I know Ukrainians call them orcs. I know. I don't trust us in the West to use that kind of rhetoric and not start to believe it. It's like Hassan calls right-wingers hogs. It's funny. It's real. I'm a fan. But Americans are dumb enough that we'll actually start to believe that these people aren't humans. Like, they're hogs. I just say they're not people like you and me. Which, like, that's fine. They're not people like you and me. They lack empathy. They lack the base requirements of what makes a human a person. The social aspects of it. But, like, that's different. What am I being linked? From Zomi. Many in the West don't understand that Putin is an expert liar. He doesn't care about the humanitarian relief. In fact, there's a ceasefire because he sees it as some strategic or tactical benefit. Of course. Yeah, I know that for a fact.
Is at an arms fair in the UAE.
I've covered Russian propaganda at extent.
And even President Trump's former advisors fear that Putin will easily get the better of a less experienced negotiator.
Oh, surprise. Didn't there was somebody who said something like that last year. She was she black? Was she Indian? I can't really remember, but you know, Putin would play with the less experienced negotiators like Donald Trump. I vaguely remember this.
President Trump. So I think, you know, Putin is a great liar, a great deceiver, and I think it's very important to remind
something
President
like
Trump
that.
of that, and to remind him of what Putin wants most of all, which I think is sanctions relief.
Oh yeah, no, we're definitely dropping the sanctions. I give that a 2-week clock.
Remember President Trump's
2 weeks.
vaunted summit with Kim Jong-un in Singapore in 2018. It ended up as the art of no deal. The North Koreans have since...
The art of no deal. Thank you, Channel 4.
...expanded their nuclear arsenal. President Biden has been blamed for America's ignominious retreat from Kabul and the chaos that ensued. But it was President Trump who said before negotiations started exactly when US troops would withdraw, thus undermining the Afghan government and signaling to the Taliban that all they had to do was wait. Today, President Xi Jinping was applauded by the titans of Chinese industry in the Great Hall of the People, and saying nothing about America, obeying the adage, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake.
Yeah, do nothing, win. China every time. Every time.
Is fighting a proxy war using Russia to weaken the West, right? To divide Europe, to divide the United States from Europe, and to do so with a number of means, using Russia as a blunt instrument, but supporting various forms of political.
I do love the categorization of Russia as a blunt instrument.
Version, for example, and then using the coercive power of Chinese investments, for example.
On the front line, Ukrainian soldiers are reinforcing their defenses. Most agree with President Trump. This war needs to end. Several US officials have insisted that Ukraine's sovereignty will be preserved, and this must be an enduring peace. But the very public rapprochement between Presidents Trump and Putin and the undermining of European countries.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting a fucking phone call from my landlord. I'm going to keep playing this, but I'm just going to turn my screen off for a second. Sorry, guys. It'll be quick.
Makes that hard for Ukrainians to believe.
So how's all this being viewed in Ukraine? Let's speak to Odessa MP Alexei Goncharenko. Is Ukraine really prepared to say no deal if Donald Trump turns around and says, here it is, take it or leave it?
It depends what will be said. What exactly? Ukraine wants peace more than anybody else in the world. But the question is, it should be real peace and not a ceasefire. The key is security guarantees. That, I think, is a key for Ukrainian public to be completely.
So, like, Ukraine is fucked. We can all kind of agree on that, right? Like, there's nothing that will save them now. Ukraine will be fucked. The best we can do is protect everything after Ukraine, because Europe's not going to get its shit together quick enough to stop, Ukraine being entirely Russian, and America's going to put their foot down there. But I mean, that sucks. I feel a lot of empathy for the Ukrainians, but no, this is bad, guys. There's like those security guarantees are never going to be able to be put in place. Ukraine could mobilize 18 to 24-year-old population if they want to go all in. I suppose it depends on how much weapons and shit they can get from Europe. I mean, Europe just did send them the largest aid package they've ever had, so that's a good sign. How long they can keep that going is pretty important, and also how much America comes into this. Ukraine has held this long. I think they can. I mean, Ukraine is winning the war right now. To be clear, Ukraine is like kicking Russia's ass consistently. Ukraine doesn't have a navy and took out the Black Sea Fleet, or at least the most of it. They can sustain through 2026 with current ammo. Okay, good. That's not considering America joining in, though. If America joins in, and like whether or not we put troops on the ground, we probably won't, but like airstrikes and shit, that I can see happening. That would be really, really bad. I don't see that happening anytime soon. No, we're not there yet. I don't know. It's a situation of we're in the middle of a chess match, and they have several other options that they can make, except this isn't one-on-one chess. This is 8-dimensional chess with time travel. Like, I mean, maybe not time travel, but you know what I mean. That's actually a real game, by the way, 8-dimensional chess with time travel.
And
what do you mean by security guarantees? Do you mean American security guarantees?
The best security guarantee is membership in NATO. If it's not possible, some treaty with the United States, kind of South Korea and Japan have. Yeah,
Kick America out of NATO, bring this country, Ukraine, in, bring Canada in. Nerd? I mean, yeah.
Is security guarantees. If we're speaking about some boots on the ground, yeah, it's very important to have American troops stay involved in some or other way. That is security guarantees. Guarantees that will prevent Russia to attack
It's
again.
really sad. It's really, really, really sad watching them continue to think that America will in any way assist them.
In case Russia will attack again, we know this absolutely for sure.
I mean, Donald Trump has gone into this saying Ukraine will not get to keep all its territory from 2014. Russia has gone into this saying it's not going to give anything up. Where does that leave you?
You know, we will never accept the fact that these our territories which they occupied, our territories, that they are Russian. They are Ukrainian and they will be Ukrainian.
They can just not tell the American public. They have full media control now. The U.S. gave conflicting statements, and it may be strategic ambiguity. We'll have to see. No, it literally is. That's U.S. military policy. It's always strategic ambiguity. But usually, there's enough context that you can kind of puzzle out which way it's likely to go, and right now, you can't. But I will say, Canada polls. I think we may have saved Trudeau's career. Because, wow. The Liberals have gotten a significant bump in their polling. Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, that is definitely a surge. Making Die Linke in Germany look very, very small. These polls changed a ton in the last couple days. Not surprised. Trump is making Canada woke again. Trump is making Canada fucking terrified to the point where, like, I hope people that live along... I hope there's people in Quebec, the French blood in them, getting them to, prepare Molotov cocktails and shit. That's until Musk starts spending money on Canadian politics. That's true. But I think they already kind of are. I mean, like, they've been for a while. Pierre Poilievre, for example, was propped up by that same system. Now, the issue being... they're trying this in a lot of different countries, and it's going to be curious to see how it works. Germany is the next election, but then we also have, we have Canada, we have the UK, we have Australia. You look at the UK. Uh-oh, not results. I want the polls. Here we go. Reform is 1 point ahead of Labour. That's pretty scary. Now, I think May is when the UK election is, so there's plenty of time there. But, if Reform wins, that's really bad for everybody. And then, of course, we have Australia, which is just fucked. Wow. 37% for the Liberals. Love that. Wait, projected likely winner? Oh, that's Newcastle. I want the whole, like, country. No, the projected country winner is the coalition, which is horrible. Yes, we are cooked. But at the same time, Peter Dutton did say he stands with Ukraine, so I have no idea what they're on about, but I have made a video showing, like, what they actually believe and what they talk about behind the scenes on YouTube. So if you want to go check that out, you can. We're definitely cooked unless we not get him elected, although I'm still technically not allowed to, I don't know, walk around and lobby Australian politics yet. So I can't really do much about it except for occasionally talk about it here.
But we can't regain them now. That is reality with this level of support from the West. So if we're speaking about the country, there are three main things: independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity. Independence, I think even Putin realizes that he can't wipe out Ukraine from the map of the world. So we already protected it. Territorial...
You guys are so cooked. I'm sorry, man. They're literally going to do exactly that. Musk is a huge problem. Musk is probably the largest problem. However, I'm willing to bet that someone else will take care of that Musk problem because he is also a threat to the other bourgeoisie. The billionaires around him don't like him either.
Courtney, I want to turn to you because Kier's talking about the U.S. shift in its posture towards Russia. That is a change, but you've got new reporting on how the U.S. intelligence community is assessing Putin's motivations. Basically, the more things change, the more they might also stay the same.
Yeah, that's right, Ellie. And it's not just U.S. intelligence, but a number of U.S. allies all have come to the same conclusion here. And that is that Vladimir Putin's goals that he stated even before the 2022 invasion of Ukraine, that he wants to take all of Ukraine, those goals have not changed, Allie. In fact,
as well as every other former Soviet state, which includes other countries in the EU, for example.
According to a number of various intelligence sources, again, United States and other allies, Vladimir Putin still wants to take all of Ukraine. And because of that reason, there was a lot of skepticism about his actual willingness to come to the table and make a real peace deal with Ukraine right now. Now, there is a belief that he could agree to some sort of a ceasefire. And that is because
God damn, Western media is actually fucking useless. Every single word. I'm just waiting for, like, anything remotely intelligent to come out, but no. Oh, actually, well, that's important. Okay. This is going to be stupid, but it's important.
Tonight, NBC News has learned Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is considering firing military generals and some of the department's most senior officers as early as this week, according to two.
I don't even know how America's military can even function if, like, okay, ignore this. We banned trans people from the military. Do you understand how many of the IT, the tech engineering, the cybersecurity staff got fired with that? A lot of them. We have, like, the way that the changes they are making to the military are making it weaker.
Officials and
which is, I suppose, good.
Sources. Most of those targeted have been closely associated with former Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who served under former President Biden, and have worked on DEI initiatives or have voiced opinions that Trump allies view as politically out of line with his agenda, the officials say.
We really are the USSA, Zomi. We're the UNSA, the United National Socialist States of America. Fucking hell. Like I said, this is also against all women in the military, which I believe is like 20%. Yeah, but he doesn't get to do that one yet. They have to wait a couple years to be able to go that far.
Late tonight, the Pentagon said Hegseth is looking to cut 8% of next year's defense budget, totaling around $50 billion. It comes as Elon Musk's Doge employees are now working inside the Pentagon, according to senior officials, eyeing staffing cuts there. Overnight, President Trump...
I am too, and that one doesn't make sense because what he said about the nukes was denuclearizing between America, Russia, and China. Do you expect any of these countries, including us, who's like offering the deal and is obviously a puppet country, do you think any of them are actually going to do this in good faith? I don't know what comes from this. Like, okay, maybe America reduces some. That's fine. It's good. I want no nuclear weapons on this planet, so get rid of all of them. That's fine. But Russia and China won't. So, like, what's the point here other than just weaken the United States for them to later come and take? Like I said, like Simply Steve was saying this earlier, that they were going to invade the United States. I don't think that's anytime soon. But I do think they want to weaken the United States to make it easier in the future. But right now, I do think the real plan is split Europe down the middle. That's what's being written. That's what's being discussed. Now, it could be like a red herring, but like, this is war. You know, we're war gaming this out right now, and who knows what the next step is for them. We saw what happened when Ukraine denuked. That's true.
Trump, alongside Musk, dismissed concerns about conflicts of interest with Musk's businesses, even though the tech billionaire's companies, like SpaceX, have massive contracts with the federal government.
If there's a conflict, he won't be involved. I mean, I wouldn't want that, and he won't want it.
First the mass firings, now the fallout.
By the way, these protests have been all over the country as of the last couple of days, and they're getting bigger than the protests we initially had, which is a very good sign.
Across the country, growing protests opposed to the president's efforts to rapidly shrink the federal workforce. Jonathan Kamens was fired just days ago from his job overseeing cybersecurity for the VA's website.
Your firing has the potential to have a direct impact on the benefits.
Wow, I have never seen someone who looks like they sit in a basement and play World of Warcraft for 9 hours a day more than I've ever seen this person. Like this, that is what I see when I look at this man.
American veterans receive, right?
So many veterans.
Oh my God, he sounds like it too.
Exclusively on va.gov for accessing their benefits because it's difficult for them to get out of the house and get to a VA medical center. If va.gov goes down, then those people can't get to their benefits.
Still, the president and his top lieutenant, both appearing today at a Saudi investment conference in Miami, are defending their reshaping of the federal government.
I think what we're seeing here is the thrashing of the bureaucracy as we try to restore democracy and the will of the.
Meanwhile, by the way, just because we're listening to Elon, look at him hungrily, thirstily, frothing at the mouth for killing other people, brown people specifically. U.S. State Department has officially designated the following as terrorist organizations. That means they're eligible for drone strikes. How happy does he have to be? Does that, like, not show you something about who these people are? Does that crowd have to cheer when he stands up? Yes, that's why they're there. Like, they get told they have to do that.
The people.
Musk also insisted the majority of federal workers are anti-Trump, noting D.C. is largely Democratic. But more than 80% of federal workers are not in D.C., spread throughout the rest of the country.
Okay. That's enough of that. Don't care.
Thanks, everybody, for joining me to discuss a very, very serious issue.
Honestly, the cartels could really fuck us up a little bit. It's very funny, Zomi, because, like, obviously America would win a war against Mexico. But what I will say is Americans are not used to suffering. We're not used to casualties. We're not used to, hardship. And if anyone's going to be able to successfully guerrilla warfare us, it's going to be the cartels, considering, like, that's kind of partially what they do anyway. And they might make it not only unsustainable, untenable to invade Mexico because of American military losses that we'll get. But also, America's also training in drone warfare as well, so,
For joining me to discuss a very, very serious issue. Yesterday, we witnessed...
Pre-breakfast banana, that one is a Fed post, if you're talking about, like, what I just said, so I hope not.
An extremely sad moment in American history. We saw the President of the United States aligning himself with the dictator of Russia, Vladimir Putin, to undermine the independence of Ukraine and its democracy. Let's be clear. Trump is showing us that he sees one of the world's most brutal dictators as his friend.
Not just one, because remember, Hitler in Israel, also a bestie. We got Modi in India. Indian Hitler, also a bestie. We got Xi in China, and I'm missing one. Oh yeah, we got Mohammed bin Salman, which is another fucking dictator. Like, and Orban, like, the only dictator that I can think of that Trump does not get along with is Erdogan.
And our longtime Democratic allies in Europe as his enemies. He wants a world that is safe for authoritarians and oligarchs, but extremely dangerous for democracies. It will not surprise you when I
extremely dangerous for the people in the democracies too.
Tell you that Trump is lying, as he so often does. Yesterday, Trump said that Ukraine started the war. That's not true. Russia invaded Ukraine twice. First in 2014, then again in 20.
Honestly, we need to make it like the standard of, instead of correcting Trump every time he lies, is to just call out anytime he says something actually true. Like, oh wait, look, that one's actually true. Because everything he says is a lie. They literally asked Trump in the debate, which leader do you respect? And he proceeded to rattle off a bunch of people who owned... They asked him during the debate, do you consider Ukraine critical to, like, America? Do you support Ukraine? Do you support arming Ukraine? Do you think Ukraine is, was it an American priority? Like, that's not the word, but like, you know, do you care? And he didn't answer the question at that debate. Kind of mad that Colin didn't press him further on it, but like, it didn't matter because the answer was fucking obvious. The guy has been in the pocket of Russia for more than a decade, for more than 2 decades.
2022.
No, that's illegal because the law is made by the president and the attorney general. So you'll have to get Trump to say that. Although, if the law is interpreted by the president and the attorney general only, as we saw, you know, does that mean that Trump's saying that any man who saves his country commits no crime is the law? Does that mean that, like, I need to know. I'm not even asking. This isn't a Fed post. I don't want to bring up, you know, don't bring up our Mario friend that's green. I'm just curious. Does that mean that that's the law? Oh, by the way, sorry, this is off topic, but Kansas just banned trans like healthcare. So for minors at the very least. So there's that. Media glossed over that shit so hard. They did. They absolutely did. He doesn't pretend flat out. He just loves dictators. Yes, it's always been the case.
To right now.
He said he would be a dictator on day 1. By the way, he wasn't. He was dictator on like day 3 or 4, but like still.
Russia occupies about 20% of Ukraine. Since Putin's horrific invasion, over 1 million people have been killed or injured. Every single day, Russia continues to rain down hundreds of missiles and drones.
Oh, and by the way, Russia is committing like war crimes every day because you can just see that like they're using cluster bombs, like they're using illegal weapons constantly. They just haven't been using like chemical weapons or nuclear weapons, so we just say, it's fine. When a small country does it, that's terrible. But if like America, Israel, or Russia use like illegal weaponry, then yeah, it's fine. Not trying to doom or fearmonger, but I genuinely fear for Bernie's safety. Nah, MAGA loves Bernie. He'll be fine. They love him. Depends on if the federal department or not, but I saw a list of the departments that are affected directly by the EO. I mean, yeah, I don't know. They deliberately target civilians in Kherson and film it posted on Telegram like literally daily. Yes, absolutely. I'm more worried for AOC's safety. Yeah, absolutely.
Ukrainian cities. Putin's forces have massacred civilians and kidnapped thousands of Ukrainian children.
He's not on Cash's hit list, no. You can go look. You want to see Cash's hit list? Have you guys not seen it? Because I'll link it. Come on. It's in my living source document, which is in the description of the YouTube video, which you can go check out if you drop a like. Oh, by the way, I have a merch store now. Not that anyone asked for it, but Streamlabs lets me build one. And I got bored, so I did. So there's some merch on there now. If you want to go have a look at that. It's all just like the stuff with the logo that I made. Hold on, yeah, Cash definitely, yeah, Cash Patel has a hit list. I will show you to you in a second. Here we go. It's in his book. He literally wrote a book, and it's in the book. I'll link it here. Members of the executive branch deep state. So we got Lloyd Austin, Bill Barr, John Bolton, Stephen Boyd, John Brennan, John Carlin, James Clapper, Hillary Clinton, James Comey, Mark Esper. Like, everyone's on this list, but Bernie's not on this list. Obviously, this list might have gotten bigger, but, like, you know, it's there. Mark Milley, Ryan McCarthy, anyone else? John Podesta, Susan Rice, Rod Rosenstein. It's there. The fucking people who claimed Hillary Clinton had a hidden list have empowered a person with the public hit list. Guys, everyone lost their shit because Hillary Clinton had private servers over Benghazi. Elon Musk installed private servers to the Treasury, has hard drives with your personal information, your social security, your bank records, your payment records, what you buy, what you fuck, what apps you download, like everything that involves money, they have on a private server now. And the court, by the way, said you can't have that, you have to get rid of it. And they said, yeah, sure, psych, and then walked away. That was it.
Bringing them back to Russian
it's like someone breaks into your house, points a gun at you and calls you a burglar. Literally, yes. Voltage, it's literally part of a book about the people that he hates and thinks that are part of a deep state. Like, it's his hit list, objectively. He is referred to it as such. I know, like, you MAGAs don't get to see, like, a lot of what's said outside of your echo chamber media bubble, but, like, that is, it's in his own book. Go read Kash Patel's book.
These atrocities led the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Putin in 2023.
A lot of people do, Camel. People won't stop supporting Trump until it starts personally negatively impacting them.
A war criminal. Further, Trump called Ukrainian President Zelensky a dictator. That's not true either.
They're getting mad
Zelensky won 75% of the vote in free elections. In fact, his approval rating is higher than Trump's. In the midst of a brutal war, Ukraine's parliament continues to function and free and unfettered political debate takes place. Trump claimed that our European allies have done little to support Ukraine in its fight against Putin.
Sorry, Bernie. I'm sorry. Like, I love you, man. You're great, but you are too slow for the times. Times have changed, y'all. Here. There is MAGA regret, and these people are mad. The issue being, they need to stay mad, and MAGA is, like, the Republicans are really, really good at being able to bring things back really quickly as soon as their base gets mad at them, until, like, a couple days later the news cycle changes, they forget about it, and then they go back to doing the shitty thing. So, like, AOC is the one really helping people get fired up, but at this point, like, you take it upon yourself. You should go outside and get people fired up. Go find, like, a corner to stand on, bring a crate, stand on it like you were, like, back in the day with pamphlets, and just talk to people. That's something you could realistically, legitimately do. Like, I don't know, once a month, maybe? It's hard for me to care, but that's a rant for another day. Yeah. They doomed us all, and they can, like, fuck these people.
All I can say, I was a dumbass, voted for Trump only because of my beliefs. People around me encouraged it.
It has to affect their wallet,
myself, yeah. Yes. But I felt at the time that was the better choice. Now I'm looking at it with everything going on. It was the worst decision I ever made. I wanted not to vote. But people said you won't be able to have a say in anything if you don't vote. I totally regret this.
By the way, everyone should vote, by the way. We got a former Trumper, give me the goodie link. I have a few of these I'm going to show you, but, like, sure. Like, there's not, like, there's no lack of them. They're mad. They're impacted. Every negative thing that's happening affects them first, not us. And yes, long leg Homo sapien, voting should be mandatory. It is in Australia. We should also have preferential voting, in which you can vote, like, here, for example, you can vote for the Labour Party, 1, Green Party, 2. If the Labour candidate does not win, then your vote goes to your second choice. And then that candidate gets your vote. Ranked choice voting. I'm voting Sunday, Auslander Rouse. I mean,
but some folks,
good luck. I really hope the AFD doesn't win, mate.
Who aren't feeling Trump's optimism right now are American farmers, and they are stuck in the middle of all of this.
Frank, who did you vote for president?
Mr. Trump.
Right?
Trump.
Mr. Trump.
If the election were today, Frank, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No way. Couldn't happen. No.
You voted for President Trump. So now, in this moment, you say you're in a free fall. What is your message to him?
So I'm off the Trump train. Where I'm going for now is I got to protect my business.
Island, a wheat farmer who says he's lost $400,000 since Trump took office.
I think there was a lot of people who...
Oof, he lost $400,000 since Trump took office? Ouchie. Oh yes, I did see the ICE prosecutor who's a Nazi. I'm saving that one for the next stream because, like, it's off topic for what we're talking about. But thank you, Infallible Foul. By the way, I do love when y'all give me links, so, like, please continue to do that. When you're uniformed, you lose healthcare, you lose national parks, you lose worker rights, you might lose your country. You did lose your country. Guys, America fell. We saw an upside-down flag hanging outside of the State Department while an unelected billionaire was in the Treasury. And then this guy, this unelected billionaire, gave a 48-minute uninterrupted speech in the Oval Office to reporters, then held a press conference while the president sat there quietly. By the way, I've never seen Trump shut the fuck up for that long in my entire life. Meanwhile, the billionaire's kid is wiping his snot on the president's desk saying, "You're not the president, you need to leave and shut the fuck up." Like, America fell.
Who voted for him that want to stay loyal to him, but it's going to get to the point where financially, if it's between supporting the president or losing your family farm.
You voted for the president?
Yes, I did.
And do you support these policies which might be hurting farmers like you?
Right now, we're the ones that are taking the hit.
I think you sort of...
You're going to be the ones taking the hit the whole time. Here's the reality of the situation.
I'm leaving MAGA. Why I'm leaving MAGA. I regret my vote. You don't actually regret your vote. You just regret that your vote is now negatively affecting you. You knew that your vote was going to negatively affect some people, and you didn't care then. Nope. Because there's a little bit of a bait and switch with Trump, right? A little bit being, I would say, egg prices and food costs. But aside from that, he's doing everything he said he was going to do.
He is.
You just didn't think it was going.
Honestly, he's holding more of his he's keeping more of his promises than any US president in my lifetime.
Going to affect you. But you were okay with it affecting everybody else. Didn't care that he was a convicted felon because it didn't affect you. And it's wild to think that you would think this man wouldn't lie to you, even though he's a convicted felon.
Okay, first of all, like, I just do want to add in there, just because someone's a felon doesn't mean they're a bad person. One of our mods is a felon who's incredibly based.
That's crazy. And you also didn't seem to care that he was obviously not qualified for the job anymore. And like, listen, I'm glad that you regret who you voted for. You should regret it. But I also think it's really important to do just like a little bit of inner work and ask yourself why you didn't care before. This awful feeling that you're feeling now, your livelihood being affected, how awful that feels, and watching other people that it...
I'll tell you what the entire reason for all of this is. That feeling that she just described, that awful feeling that you're feeling now, that risk that you have to your livelihood, all of that requires you to, like, it is forcing you to feel it. You can't escape it now, right? That's why they are openly talking about how they regret their vote. It's because they can't escape the negative feeling. It's people that are unable to feel discomfort without reacting. That's it. That's it. What did they fell on? What do you mean, not lost? No one fell. This is about, like, people regretting voting for Trump. It's an inability to feel discomfort. It's an inability to not act in a reactionary fashion, to act logically, to think and then do the thing. But they didn't. They can't. And so now they have to get stuck with this uncomfortable feeling that they can't get out. Here's the trick. That feeling is going to be used as fuel if we give them the chance, because they want their base angry. They want all of MAGA to be mad. Oh, I regret my vote. Nah, what the fuck is happening? Why? Because they're planning to turn that into, like, militaristic fervor. It's not Trump's fault. It's Mexico's fault. It's Canada's fault. It's Greenland's fault. It's Ukraine's fault. It's Palestine's fault. This is what they want to produce out of that. They want to keep that anger burning. They want it to burn up to a point where it's just about they need to start worrying about, like, you know, uprising against them. And that's when they point it at the scapegoats. Alternatively, they could do this domestically and, you know, just go after minorities in America, which they kind of already are to an extent. Trans people are just kind of being hunted in general, which we did say was going to happen. There doesn't need to be like an organized system through like law enforcement to do it. There is a open dialogue of permission being granted daily online, and that there will be no consequences is a known factor. So people are just doing that. They're doing this with immigrants too. We've had cases of people who are impersonating ICE agents to rape women. We've had cases like this. Stuff is going to continue. It's amazing how stupid people we have. It's the whole world, Camel. It's not just America. It's this is what did that. This made you dumb in every like possible way. This is the cause. Now, like, that's a simplification, but like the things that come with that are the cause. Now, not necessarily that like the internet, social media, smartphones, they're not innately bad, but the way that we've built these systems to function, they are the ones that are bad. They're the ones that create this kind of behavior, of this hyper-individualism. Now, America is just front line for the hyper-individualism. It is a core belief. Europe doesn't tend to have as much of that. But like, yeah. The world is bad. I've been saying it. Some of these people are going to end up in doing mass shootings. Oh, absolutely. I'm still like, I said this the other day, it won't surprise me when we get one in a hospital. The messaging in this video reminds me of a book I'm actually reading called They Thought They Were Free, the Germans. I mean, yeah, that would track, yeah. Didn't they have a dude in Florida who openly shot at tourists thinking they were Palestinian? And it was an Israeli guy shooting another Israeli guy because he thought the other Israeli guy was a Palestinian. Which, first of all, the fuck are you doing as a tourist in another country and you pull out your gun and shoot somebody because you think that like that did you think that law doesn't exist? Like you can't just shoot Palestinians on the street in America? Did you think that wasn't a thing? But at the same time, they were both Israeli, and then they both went on social media to complain that the other one was an Arab and that they were being attacked with anti-Semitism. So, coherent screams. An interesting thing is that we seem to not notice now because it's the new normal. Previously, our recent history in times potential conflict, oil prices spike in response to potential risk, but the world is so broken on the cusp of monetary collapse that oil prices barely move. Oil's at $70.75 a barrel. Ships were hit with missiles in the Middle East. Literally nobody cares anymore. Yeah. Like the stock market, coherent scream, was always built solely on vibe. And because the vibe just isn't paying attention to it anymore, it's not shifting to that degree. There's other parts. Now all that shifting is just done in like tech companies. Elementary, middle, high school would be enough to teach you common sense if it was, you know, built to do that, Camel. But it's built to literally not do that. Our school systems are built to not produce critical thinking. They're built to disincentivize critical thinking and incentivize class structure. Oh yeah, long live Homo sapien. If you didn't see this, hold on. This was very funny, actually. Like, it's bad, obviously, but it was objectively very funny. So, here's the first dude. So, this is the guy that opened fire, saw 2 Palestinians, as if that's not, like, illegal as it is. And then, here's the other ones. My father and I went through a murder attempt against anti-Semitic background. They tried to murder us in the heart of Miami, but the creator of the world is with us, so he didn't go. I wanted to say thank you to everyone. Death to Arabs. Yeah. But funny how, like, this Israeli? Wow, Twitter's shit. Okay. It's funny how this Israeli is thought to be Palestinian by this Israeli. Because, you know, there are ethnic differences in Israelis. So, like, the white Israeli saw the brown Israeli and said, oh, Palestinian, pull out my gun and shoot. But then they both go on social media and complain that this is anti-Semitism. You can't make this up. Like, a comedian could not make a skit like that.
Your livelihood
Let's finish
being
this.
affected, how awful that feels, and watching other people that it hasn't affected yet, because it will, them not caring that you're affected. The thing is, we tried to warn you.
Think about all those people who eat like raw meat, drink raw milk. The people who last month I lost my shit because there was a trend of people who were telling each other to feed their 1-year-old and younger raw honey, which is just, let's give my kid botulism time. And I wonder how many of those people regret all of like their political decisions immediately following their kid getting botulism and dying.
We tried. Hopefully we get to have another vote. Who knows? It seems as though our government is slowly falling apart, so we
That's
may
enough
not.
of that. And one last thing, because I do really like the Lincoln Project's ads. Like, obviously they're not on our side, but like they do make good ads, and I like to see them.
When Vladimir Putin invaded a peaceful Ukraine, his brutal shock troops committed hideous war crimes against women, children, and the elderly. He bombed cities, towns, and villages.
I'm on the wrong fucking page. Whoopsie.
When Vladimir Putin invaded a peaceful Ukraine,
The crunchy moms, yeah.
his brutal shock troops committed hideous war crimes against women, children, and the elderly. He bombed cities, towns, and villages. America and the world gave Ukraine weapons, supplies, and intelligence. The Ukrainians put their courageous...
My father is the kind of guy that would say if Trump does this sus thing, then God will take care of it. I roll. I have something for you that you can show your father that he might be interested in. Now, like, I don't necessarily believe in a religion to this extent, but this is pretty weird. At Mar-a-Lago, there is a golden hoofed goat idol on display that has a signed, like, Donald Trump signature, I love you, on the bottom. It is made from fake $100 bills with Trump's face on them that replace the words "In God We Trust" with "In Trump We Trust." Just a little idolatry, yeah, just a little. This is like Antichrist shit. It's actually kind of, oh, by the way, it has golden genitals. But it's kind of weird because, like, okay, I don't believe in religion, but bear with me for a second because this is an interesting adventure. Didn't, like, Revelation say that, first of all, like, the devil will put, like, the mark of the devil on his followers' forehead? I feel like maybe the MAGA hat that has the mark of their followers on their forehead could be an instance. But remember, 32% of Americans believe that Jesus will come down from heaven and start the rapture in their lifetime. 32%. And according to their scripture, what needs to happen is the Jews must take full control of Israel, push all of the devil's forces out, and fight a massive war with the devil's forces. All of this being led by the Antichrist. Now, I don't know. It's almost like they're trying to make a joke. Idolatry, a goat, replacing God with his name, the MAGA hat with the mark of, him on the forehead. They are doing, we're going to take Gaza. Like, this is oddly specific. Yeah, it is. It is, isn't it? It's oddly, like, I feel like somebody is making a joke. It has to be.
Soldiers in the line of fire. With great sacrifice, this alliance broke the invasion, pushed it back, liberated millions. Victory for Ukraine is in sight, but the war isn't over. And the new front is in Washington, where MAGA Republicans want a Putin victory. They'll cut off aid to Ukraine if they take power. You heard that right.
Remember
they
this?
Want America to switch sides, help Putin win.
It's almost like we knew everything that was going to happen well before it happened. You're welcome, Camel. I don't know. I hope that helps. I sent that to another one of the chatters who is religious and said that, like, oh, holy shit, like, wait, I need this. Can you send me the link? I'm going to show it to my family. And, like, I don't know. Maybe it'll do it.
Threatening us with nuclear annihilation.
I should have clipped that segment.
Sick. It's wrong. It's MAGA. If they win in November, Putin wins. And the blood will be on our hands.
The Lincoln Project.
All of that was true. And the blood is on our hands now, by the way. Like, understand, because I keep saying I want the American economy to crash. I want Americans to suffer, right? This is not because I want Americans to suffer. That's not why. I don't want Americans to suffer. What I want is less American tanks driving over the skulls of, I don't know, children in Palestine and like bombs being dropped on innocents in Ukraine and Europe. You mean like this is the line of we need to crash the economy, otherwise other people are going to suffer and it will be on us. Whether or not you voted for this, every death has blood on our hands now. All of us now, whether we voted for Trump, didn't vote for Trump, or voted for Kamala, are going to be responsible for all of the atrocities that we as a country commit. I need you all to take that in and accept that. Every bad thing we do to other countries, all of us are at least a little responsible for it, even if we tried our best to avoid it. We went out of our way. You did everything right. You're still somewhat responsible for it. Your tax money pays for this shit. I remember when RFID chips came out and people thought they were the mark of the beast. Yeah, I do remember that as well. It's the closest thing I've seen to Neuralink. Didn't like a bunch of monkeys die while testing Neuralink? And yeah, please do not put Musk's chip in your head. This is straight cyberpunk shit. Like, I always feel cringe bringing it back to the game, but we are living in that world now. Everything that exists there essentially pretty much kind of exists in one fashion or another. It's a failure for now, but it won't be pretty soon. All of your tax money goes to making all of these billionaires' wet dreams come true. You're going to be paying to subsidize Neuralink. You're going to pay. They're getting socialism for the wealthy. That's what this is. It's all very spooky if you think about it. It is. It is. It really is. Like, remember, by the way, the iPhone was made with socialism. American taxpayer money was invested into the creation of that. We're going to have that with Neuralink. We already announced a $500 billion investment into Larry Ellison's AI that's going to fucking be on cameras everywhere, that's going to be telling the cops where to go, that will be watching everyone all the time. That already has been announced. This is the man in the high castle. A bit. We're not quite there yet. We need China to take Japan's place for it to go there. Neuralink will never do all the fancy shit Musk claims it will do, but it will be a weapon against you. Yeah, that's the point. The prophecies of peace talk about one world currency. Yeah, they're gonna try and do that with crypto, because the point of the crypto grift, yes, is the rug pull, but the final crypto grift is not a rug pull. The final crypto grift is like control of the money. There is America said we're going to buy 1 million Bitcoin, right? Ignoring the price differences and how much that would cost. Now that would be like unfeasible and impossible and all of that other shit. Put that aside for a second. There is a limited amount of Bitcoin. You can't just print more money if your money is Bitcoin. Once you finish the blockchain, that's it. There is already someone who owns 5% of all of the Bitcoin that will ever exist. They want to make the one world currency something like a cryptocurrency so that they can never be overtaken in wealth. They have a large amount of the money that will ever exist in that case. You know what I mean? Dude, everyone was bitching about being monitored for COVID. Yeah, I know. Larry Ellison, for those who do not know, is the 4th richest person in the US. He stayed quiet after he was elected and came out with a deal with Trump. Yeah, he's also buying TikTok. I'm pretty sure. There's been a lot of stuff out lately about Oracle, which is the company that he owns, buying TikTok, and that it is going to result in significant amounts of censorship for pro-Palestinian content. Everything they claim about the Federal Reserve having too much control over the financial system is exactly what they want to do with crypto, but like 500 times worse. Exactly. Again, I did make a video on the subject. All right. So... Oh, by the way, I will not be able to stream tomorrow. I'm finally getting the air conditioners installed, and they're going to have to turn off the electricity in my house while they do that. So no stream tomorrow. I would have done like a middle of the night stream, but I have to wake up too late and take my Vyvanse too late to be able to wake up early enough to do that tomorrow. So that will be next stream. Probably Monday, but I might stream on the weekends. I kind of feel like I haven't done like a Disco Elysium stream in a while. Or maybe even like a Mark stream, so I'm thinking about one of those. Can we get off the billionaire? Yeah, the billionaire losers. If those two things are ever said together, you have proven a failure. True. Oracle houses TikTok's data. Yeah, they're gonna own TikTok though, like as the company very soon. I may have gotten that from your video. I think I binged a ton of your content on Sunday. Well, Glad you enjoyed it. Long live Homo sapien. Long live Homo sapien. Yeah, look, I'm not a fan of TikTok either. I do occasionally cut the clips that, like, because I'll occasionally click the clip button on my Stream Deck whenever I think I said something remotely funny. And so, by the way, join the Discord, guys, and I'm going to drop a raid into Riverboat Jack if any of you are interested in sticking around for that. I will not be sticking around for too long. But, yeah, thank you all for joining in, and I will see you next time. You just set the raid up. Oh, wow, there's a lot of you in here. I never looked at how many people were watching. Thanks. See you next time. Goodbye.